Chapter 4956. Sigh, it's really one trouble after another. Xiaohua pinched his chin, and a worried expression appeared on his face. He sighed and said, just now, we managed to suppress the Daoist sect's immortal formation, and now, the sole cultivator, this ladle, has appeared. And the Taoist immortal array is still unsolved. I have 10 doppelgangers, but this seems to be related to ancient secrets. I'm afraid I can't do anything about it. I'll do what I can do first. After that, Xiaohua sat down cross-legged and continued to deduce the last 3 realms of primordial spirit cultivation with the Thunderbolt Immortal. Bai Fei entered the pavilion accompanied by Yi Yun. After chatting for a while, Yi Yun got up and said goodbye. Before she walked to the door, Yi Yun suddenly turned around and asked, Senior Bai, the teleportation tunnel to the Lost Land is actually very dangerous. The cultivation environment of the Heavenly Alliance is so good, you don't have to go to the Lost Land. Bai Fei looked at Yi Yun's beautiful face and said in a low voice, Miss Yi, you must remember the few things you asked me when we met in the Wuming Mountains, right? Yi Yun nodded slightly and replied, of course, if it weren't for those few questions, I wouldn't have said, I understand, when we were in Tong Lake City. You called the Wuming Mountains Million Mountains, and I know, you're not a cultivator of the Heavenly Alliance. You must be from the Lost Land, right? Yes, thank you, Miss Yi. I didn't tell you what I meant at that time. Bai Fei smiled and said, since Miss Yi knows this Bai's background, I believe you should also know, this Bai must return. Senior Bai. Yi Yun hesitated for a while and said, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth has changed. I'm afraid even the Lost Land will be affected. Instead of going back to the Lost Land, why don't you stay in the Heavenly Alliance? It's more convenient for you to get cultivation methods and elixirs than the Lost Land, right? Of course, this is just my opinion. As for where you go, you have to consider it yourself. I'll take my leave now. Yi Yun bowed and took her leave. Bai Fei watched as Yi Yun left. He took out his token and activated the array. He released his divine sense and looked around for a long time before sitting down cross-legged. He rubbed his chin as if he was thinking. At this moment, a very clear voice suddenly sounded, what's wrong? Master can't bear to part with this infatuated little girl? No. Bai Fei did not seem to be surprised at all. Instead, he said in a low voice, I keep feeling that there's another meaning behind Yi Yun's words. Oh? What do you mean? The voice said sourly, this concubine only heard concern and did not hear anything else. Furthermore, I feel that Master's methods are even more brilliant. With just a few words, you managed to make a woman with absolute evil profound fall in love with you. Little you, don't you feel that this journey is too strange? Bai Fei ignored him and continued to ask, when Bai Junfeng saw me and that Daoist Master Xiao, it was as if he saw a fish that had taken the bait. He was afraid that we would go back on our words and escape, so he kept bringing us to teleport. Previously, I was just joking with Daoist Master Xiao, but I didn't expect that Bai Junfeng would actually use the Order of the Alliance Master to defeat the Immortal Alliance. His purpose was to not let us stay in Border City for long. This concubine does not know. The voice dragged out the rhythm and said, didn't this concubine say that she wanted to go and take a look that day? Master was not willing to let this concubine take the risk, so this concubine could only not go. By the way, little you. Bai Fei's thoughts jumped and he suddenly asked, is it time to water the spiritual herbs in this world with spiritual liquid? Yes, Master. The voice hurriedly replied, recently, Master has been teleporting and has not given this concubine any spiritual liquid. Many spiritual herbs have begun to wither. However, Master can rest assured that this concubine will help Master look after those spiritual herbs that Master values. There will be no problem. Good. Bai Fei nodded and said. He vigilantly released his divine sense to look around. Only then did he raise his hand and reach into his clothes. He pulled out a small bottle the size of a thumb that was tied together with a colorful string. This small bottle was green and there were some exquisite, dark green leaf-like patterns on the bottle. Wasn't this the strange small bottle that Xiaohua saw when he participated in the martial arts convention at Luofeng Mountain? At this time, the small bottle was the same as before. There was a cork tightly covering the small bottle. After Bai Fei took out the small bottle, he took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. After opening the cork of the small bottle, he carefully poured the small bottle on top of the jade bottle. Pa. 2 drops of green spiritual liquid dripped from the small bottle. When the spiritual liquid fell into the jade bottle, Bai Fei formed a seal with his hand and waved his left hand. Swish swish. A stream of water appeared in mid-air and trickled into the jade bottle. Then, Bai Fei closed the small bottle and carefully hid the small bottle in front of his chest again. Then, Bai Fei shook the jade bottle in his hand and listened for a moment. A sneer appeared on his face and he secretly said, "Hee, what does the change of the spiritual aura of heaven and earth have to do with me? With the spiritual liquid, not to mention returning to Xiaoyu continent, I can still cultivate even if the heaven and earth are turned upside down. Instead of cultivating in fear under the attention of so many capable people in the Heavenly Alliance, it's better to return to the Lost Land. No one can see through my secret." After a while, Bai Fei raised his hand and pointed at a quaint bracelet on his left wrist and said, "Okay, you can come out." As Bai Fei's voice fell, a layer of yellow light appeared on the bracelet. A small fox with snow-white fluffy hair flew out from the light. This small fox turned a few times in mid-air and the brilliance bloomed like a kaleidoscope. A charming woman appeared in mid-air. "Greetings, Master." The woman landed on the ground and immediately bowed respectfully. Xiaohua waved his hand and handed the jade bottle to the woman and said, "You don't have to be so polite. This is the spiritual liquid. You can water all the spiritual herbs in this world." "Yes, Master." Xiaoya answered and took the jade bottle. She shook it with her hand and said happily, "Master, I really don't understand. Where did Master get so much spiritual liquid? With this spiritual liquid, the spiritual herbs in this world will grow several times or even dozens of times faster than those outside. With this spiritual liquid, it's really easy for Master to cultivate to the immortal realm." Bai Fei's mood was obviously very good. He smiled and said, "What's wrong? Why are you so talkative today?" "Hee." Xiaoya smiled charmingly and licked the corner of her mouth with her pink tongue. She said, "Do you still need me to say it? Master understands." Okay. Bai Fei smiled and said, "After you water the spiritual herbs, I will give you 3 drops of spiritual liquid." "Thank you, Master." Xiaoya was wild with joy. She winked at Bai Fei and moved her body, falling into the yellow light in Bai Fei's left bracelet again. Bai Fei waited for Xiaoya to fall into the bracelet before he raised his right hand and touched the small bottle hidden in front of his chest. His eyes narrowed slightly. After a while, Xiaoya flew out again and respectfully returned the jade bottle to Bai Fei. Just as she was about to return, Bai Fei suddenly called out, "Xiaoya, don't be anxious. I have something for you to do." Oh. Master, please tell me. What do you need me to do?" Xiaoya was startled and hurriedly asked. "What do you need me to do?" "I will tell you in detail in a while." Bai Fei seemed to have thought of something and said, "I remember when you met Daoist Xiao earlier, you used your Fox clan's secret technique to investigate him. You said this Daoist Xiao had an aura that made you feel very close and very fearful, right?" "Yes." Xiaoya's eyes lit up when she heard Daoist Xiao. She said, "Master, this Daoist Xiao is definitely a little strange. I feel that, if he's not from the demon clan who used a secret technique to hide himself, then he must have cultivated some kind of magical power of my Fox clan or the demon clan. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have such a feeling. However, facing this kind of secret technique, my secret technique isn't effective, so it's hard to make an accurate judgment. If he's from the demon clan, how's his strength?" Bai Fei asked with interest. Xiaoya didn't hesitate and immediately answered, "Of course not as good as Master. He only hid his aura and didn't hide his strength. What he showed was his true strength." "No." Bai Fei shook his head slightly and said, "I don't think so. Although I can't see anything wrong with him, my feeling tells me that he's definitely not that simple. Of course. Xiaoya said with a smile, he might not be from the human clan. Of course, he's not that simple. Why would such a demon clan go to the Dawn Rain continent? Bai Fei asked. Xiaoya pondered for a moment and answered, I don't know about this. However, the Dawn Rain continent might not be affected by the changes in the Heaven Alliance's heaven and earth spiritual energy. Even Master wants to return to the Dawn Rain continent. It's normal for this demon clan called Daoist Master Xiao to want to take a look, right? Actually. Bai Fei hesitated and said, Xiaoya, do you still remember Xiao Hua who I mentioned to you before? Xiao Hua? Xiaoya hesitated for a moment and said with a bitter smile, Master, you've mentioned this person's name countless times. If you didn't say that he's a male cultivator, I would really think that he's a woman with absolute evil mysterious een. Do you know why I've often mentioned him all these years? Bai Fei asked. Xiaoya lowered her head and didn't say anything. After a while, she raised her head and said, Master, do you need me to tell you the truth? Of course it's the truth. Bai Fei nodded. Xiao Hua is the demon in your heart. Xiaoya hit the nail on the head. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a monthly vote, vote for a recommendation vote, bookmark, reward, thank you for all forms of support. Tanhua finally resumed updating. From today onwards, I'll update twice a day, 3,000 words per update. Thank you fellow Daoists for your support. Chapter 4957. Bai Fei was expressionless and didn't answer. Xiaoya continued, you've always regarded Xiao Hua as a goal that you have to surpass in your cultivation, even though you know in your heart that your current cultivation has far surpassed him. But, before you see him, you always feel that he's firmly on top of you. You will never be able to raise your head in front of him. Actually, you did everything possible to return to the Dawn Rain continent. Avoiding the experts of the Heaven Alliance is one thing, avoiding the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is another, but the real purpose, I'm afraid only you know. You have to use your own strength to prove that you are the master of the Heaven Dao. You have already stepped on Xiao Hua. At this moment, Bai Fei spoke, that's right. On the Yilin continent, I can also avoid the experts of the Heaven Alliance. However, on the Dawn Rain continent, the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth are still unavoidable. My greatest wish and most important purpose for returning to the Dawn Rain continent is to eradicate this inner demon in my heart. I want to see Xiao Hua's cultivation. I want to see his progress in these hundreds of years. That Xiao Hua who firmly suppressed me back then is no longer an obstacle in my cultivation. Master. Xiaoya advised tactfully, actually, you don't have to care too much about these. How many cultivators in this world have such opportunities like yours? You have this heaven-defying spiritual liquid and also obtained an ancient immortal artifact of heaven and earth. Just based on these, that Xiao Hua is far inferior to you. Moreover, besides these, you have the tenacity, courage that other cultivators don't have. These are more important than elixirs and cultivation techniques. Now that you have already stepped on Xiao Hua, you will step on the entire Heaven Alliance and the entire Dao Alliance in the future. Bai Fei looked at Xiaoya and smiled, Xiaoya, thank you for your encouragement. Even more so, thank you for your company in these hundreds of years. Master, you're too polite. Xiaoya pursed her lips and smiled. Ever since I was saved by Master in Wanxi's Fulin mountain range, I knew that I was destined to be with Master in this life. Only when Master goes far can I go far. Ah, that's right. Wanxi's Fulin Ridge. Bai Fei sighed, hundreds of years have passed in the blink of an eye. Thinking back to yesterday, Shi Wuming, Mo Shan, Roa Taohong, and I were trapped in the Fulin Ridge's ancient prohibition spell. If it weren't for your help, I would have been killed by that soul warrior just like the three of them. Of course not. Xiao Yu hurriedly said. Master, you are truly blessed with great fortune, and clever in your schemes. Not only did you manage to kill that spirit warrior, you even managed to obtain the secret map. That was how you were able to use the ancient teleportation portal to reach the Yi-Lin continent. Otherwise, how could Master cultivate to the nascent soul realm in Dawn Rain continent alone? Hearing this, Bai Fei's expression tensed up, and he asked, "But, do you know?" That day, other than the four of us, Xiaohua also went to Fu Lin mountain range. But I don't know why, but when he heard the words Fu Lin mountain range, he immediately refused and left. He didn't even give a reason. Also, I want to tell you that although Xiaohua was only a foundation establishment cultivator at that time, his strength had already reached the gold core realm. He even had a dharma name that only nascent soul cultivators had, that was Immortal Xiao. Ah! Xiao Yu's body shook, and she exclaimed, "Master, you mean this Immortal Xiao is the Xiaohua you mentioned?" "No." Bai Fei shook his head and said, "I'm just suspecting. And the more I think about it, the more I feel that it's impossible." "Of course." Xiao Yu smiled and said, "That's absolutely impossible. It's just your inner demon causing trouble." "Yes." Bai Fei sighed and said, "When we left Dawn Rain continent, Xiaohua had just been expelled by the Imperial Thunder sect. It seemed that he wanted to be a rogue cultivator in Meng Kingdom. It's impossible for him to obtain the secret map of the millions of Meng mountains like us. And the most impossible thing is that the teleportation tunnel had already collapsed because of the mutation. It's impossible for it to be used again. It's also impossible for cultivators to go from Dawn Rain continent to Heaven Alliance. Of course, we can't rule out other secret passages." Xiao Yu smiled and said, "But, Master, to be able to own a piece of heaven and earth, to be able to possess spirit liquid, in this world, only Master alone. Even if Xiaohua is called Immortal Xiao, he's definitely not this Immortal Xiao in front of us. It's also impossible for him to cultivate to the middle stage of nascent soul realm. Actually." Bai Fei smiled bitterly and said, "When I met Immortal Xiao, I already told him my name. If he's Xiaohua, he wouldn't tell me that he's called Immortal Xiao. Of course, I've already changed my appearance when I was pregnant. Even if he's Xiaohua, he still wouldn't be able to recognize me. Master can change his appearance when he's pregnant, then Xiaohua can naturally change his appearance when he's pregnant." Xiao Yu asked. "It's said that Xiaohua has taken the rejuvenation pill. His appearance hasn't changed for 1,000 years. He's also not ugly, so he shouldn't change much when he's pregnant." Bai Fei seemed to know a lot about Xiaohua and replied, "Who knows?" Xiao Yu pursed her lips and said with a smile, "You humans value appearances the most." Speaking up to here, Xiao Yu suddenly thought of something and reminded, "That's right, Master, the mutation of this heaven and earth's spiritual energy is very beneficial to my demon race. Those humans with true spirit bloodline also cultivate extremely quickly. You shouldn't be careless. If Xiaohua has any demon bloodline, he might be able to cultivate into nascent soul." "Hee, so what if he cultivates into nascent soul?" Bai Fei said proudly, "There's always someone better. I'm the heavens beyond the heavens, the people beyond the people." "Io, Master." Xiao Yu said with a smile, "What's wrong with you today? Master wouldn't say these words before. Master is the most cautious." Bai Fei was shocked and hurriedly put away his arrogance. He nodded and said, "You're right. I'm a little relaxed today. After you go, I'll go into seclusion for a few days to calm my mind." "Oh, what does Master want me to do?" Xiao Yu asked hurriedly. Bai Junfeng has been in a hurry since Tong Lake City. This seems a little strange. Besides, Yi Yun's words were also ambiguous. I think something must have happened in the Heavenly Alliance. Bai Fei told her his suspicions and finally ordered, "Go to the nearest big city to Worry-Free Villa and have a look. Then come back and report to me." "Yes, I know." Xiao Yu nodded and said, "I'll go now. When you come back, I'll give you 2 drops of spiritual liquid to help you condense your body." Bai Fei said with a smile. Xiao Yu was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Master." After saying that, Xiao Yu's figure flashed. Ignoring the restriction of the pavilion, she left without saying anything. Seeing Xiao Yu leave, Bai Fei sat down cross-legged and prepared to cultivate. However, after a few minutes, Bai Fei opened his eyes again and frowned. Demon race? Or a human who cultivates the secret skill of the demon race? This immortal Shao is quite interesting. After saying that, Bai Fei took out a palm-sized bronze plate. This bronze plate was rusty and looked very broken. Looking at the bronze plate again, a ferocious ghost head was engraved on it. Bai Fei made a gesture with both hands and a dark green color appeared on his chest. Then, he opened his mouth and a mouthful of blood essence fell into the dark green color. As Bai Fei raised his hand and pointed, the blood essence mixed with the dark green color fell into the bronze plate. Aoo! A burst of ghostly laughter rang out, and the surrounding 100 feet suddenly became cold. The ghostly head on the bronze plate was laughing, and at the same time, it emerged from the bronze plate and turned into a ball of light the size of a wicker basket. Go! Bai Fei pointed at the ghostly light ball and the light ball immediately disappeared into the void. Aoo. In a moment, where the light ball disappeared, a grayish-black fog surged out. Waves of ghostly wails and howls came out. After a layer of grayish-black light distorted, a ghost head flew out from the fog. The moment the ghost head appeared, it immediately shouted, "Master, why did you summon the ghost servant?" Bai Fei raised his hand and flicked it. A ray of light appeared and Xiao Hua's appearance appeared. Bai Fei pointed at Xiao Hua's appearance and said, "This cultivator is meditating in a pavilion not far from this old man. You don't have to disturb him. Just watch from the side. If there are any strange movements, immediately report to this old man." "Yes, master." The ghost servant replied and turned into a black gas and disappeared into the void. After the ghost servant left, Bai Fei shook his head in boredom and said with a bitter smile, "Damn it, am I too nervous? It's just a cultivator with the same Dharma name. Even if the two of them are the same person, so what? Xiao Hua is just a clown. In this era of change, I'm the real ruler." After he finished speaking, Bai Fei sat down cross-legged again. He took out a scarlet pill from the heaven and earth bracelet and placed it in the air. Then, Bai Fei activated his true essence. Roar! A rumbling sound came from Bai Fei's mouth. Layers of golden scales appeared on Bai Fei's arms and back. The surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi turned into a hurricane and rushed into the gaps between the scales. Bai Fei's eyes also shone with a golden light. Seeing the golden light and golden fog rush out of Bai Fei's mouth and nose like a dragon and quickly circle around his strange body, Bai Fei slapped his head again. Boom! A 10-foot-tall nascent soul wearing spirit armor flew out. This nascent soul opened its mouth and a bamboo-colored flying sword flew out. It rushed into the sky and turned into a sword net. The nascent soul formed a sword seal and controlled the flying sword to shuttle through the sword net. Bai Fei was actually doing two things at once. He was refining his body and refining his flying sword at the same time. It was no wonder that he had the arrogance of stepping on Xiao Hua. This kind of talent, this kind of hardship, it was just as Xiaoya said. It was not something an ordinary cultivator could have. Unfortunately, even if Bai Fei's imagination were to grow 9 layers of wings, it would still be impossible for his imagination to catch up to Xiao Hua's cultivation, let alone his true strength. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that more than a month later, the 3 jade slips that Xiaoya brought back from the auction house, the nascent soul cultivation method, and the spiritual root selection method that made him go wild with joy, were all modified by Xiao Hua. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a month, vote for a recommendation, collect, reward, and thank all forms of support. Chapter 4958. Bai Fei held the 3 jade slips and read them while suppressing the ecstasy in his heart. Before he could withdraw his divine thought, he could not help but ask, "Xiao Yu, you said that these extremely precious cultivation methods are only sold for 10 top-grade crystals. They are sold in the auction house of Cloud City?" "Yes, master." Xiao Yu's eyes were also filled with a strange light as she replied, "I didn't dare to believe it before. I waited in the auction house for a few days, but when I saw spirit severing stage cultivators, combination stage cultivators, and even chi refining stage cultivators buying them, I knew it was true. However, I didn't have any crystals on me, and Master specially warned me not to harm any human, so I spent so much time to get these 3 jade slips. Have you seen this cultivation method before? Bai Fei asked while waving the jade slips in his hand. Xiao Yu smiled and said, how can I not take a look at the cultivation method I brought for Master? What do you think? Bai Fei asked with interest. Master, I don't know the cultivation method of the human race. Xiao Yu listened and replied seriously, however, I saw the qi refining and essence refining cultivation methods inside. It seems that some of them are enlightened, and I feel that if I cultivate them, I may succeed. So I think, this cultivation method must be real. Yes, the person who created this cultivation method must be the most powerful person in the world. Bai Fei sighed and said, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth has changed, and the human race with the true spirit bloodline has a much faster cultivation speed than ordinary cultivators. This means that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is related to the spirit beasts. Since you think this cultivation method is useful, it must be real. Xiao Yu, did you find out which senior of the Heaven Alliance created this cultivation method? This. Xiao Yu smiled bitterly and said, now we only know that it was created by a senior named Zhang Xiaohua. As for whether he was an expert of the Heaven Alliance or the Dao Alliance, no one knows. The Heaven Alliance said he was from the Heaven Alliance, and the Dao Alliance said he was from the Dao Alliance. However, the problem is that this senior Zhang Xiaohua is elusive, and no one knows where he is. No one knew where he came from. There are even some people who say that Zhang Xiaohua is not creating a cultivation method by herself, but a group of people, a group of peerless experts, creating a cultivation method together. It's just that they want Zhang Xiaohua to come out alone. When she spoke up to hear, Xiaoya suddenly recalled something and reported. Right, Master, Senior Zhang Xiaohua made an appearance recently in Tong Lake City. What? Tong Lake City? Bai Fei was shocked and almost jumped up. When? I've calculated. It should be the few days when Master arrived at Tong Lake City. Xia Yu replied. Impossible. Bai Fei waved his hand and said, if that's the case, why didn't I know about it? However, just as Bai Fei spoke up to this point, his expression suddenly changed greatly, as if he had thought of something. Xiaoya did not seem to notice Bai Fei's expression as she continued. It said that Senior Zhang Xiaohua suddenly appeared in the Heaven Alliance's Tong Lake City and ordered the city lord of Tong Lake City, the Reverend Jade Lake, to hold an auction. Apart from the cultivators who participated in the auction that day, Senior Zhang also asked Master Bihu to use the teleportation array to teleport the owners of the shops on the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels of Tong Lake City to the auction. He sold all the jade slips at the price of 10 supreme-grade crystals for each jade slip. After the auction, not only did the number of cultivators in Tong Lake City decrease by 40%, but the shops on the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors were also emptied by 30%. Many people said that the emptied shops should be the spies of the Dao Alliance in Tong Lake City. They immediately left the Heaven Alliance and returned to the Dao Alliance after taking the cultivation method. D*mn D*mn D*mn. Bai Fei cursed angrily and shouted, I understand now. Why didn't Bai Jun Feng let Daoist Xiao and I stay in Tong Lake City for long? He didn't dare to let us stay in Border City for long. He was afraid that if we saw the cultivation method, we wouldn't go to the Lost Land. That's right. Xiaoya added fuel to the fire. Ordinary cultivators go to the Lost Land because they want to find a way to cultivate, right? Now that there's a spiritual root selection method and a modified cultivation method, who would still take the risk to go to the Lost Land? That little girl with the evil spirit Profound Een doesn't seem to be dead set on Master. Master, you have to think of a way. Oh, it seems that the Void Cloud pill is useful. Humph. Bai Fei snorted coldly, scaring Xiaoya into shutting her mouth. The entire pavilion immediately fell silent. Do you have a portrait of Senior Zhang? Bai Fei suddenly asked. Master. Xiaoye replied. Senior Zhang is now the most powerful person in the Yilin continent. Even Long Shenxi of the Heaven Alliance can't compare to him. Which cultivator would dare to keep a portrait of Senior Zhang? However, it's said that because of Senior Zhang's appearance in Tong Lake City is now filled with Heaven Alliance experts. Even, at the border between the Dao Alliance and the Heaven Alliance, there's an abyss called the Heaven Sacrifice Abyss. The Dao Alliance and the Heaven Alliance have already sent many experts to set up a blockade. The Heaven Alliance wants to prevent Senior Zhang's cultivation method from falling into the hands of the Dao Alliance. The Dao Alliance wants to get the cultivation method from the Heaven Alliance. Bai Fei rubbed his chin and muttered to himself in confusion. However, I don't understand why Senior Zhang Xiaohua would create a spiritual root selection method for no reason. Why would he modify the nascent soul and primordial spirit cultivation methods? What good would it do him? A cultivation method costs 10 top-grade crystals. 10 top-grade crystals can't even buy a magic treasure. It's a cheap price. Could it be that Senior Zhang? At this point, Bai Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. As if he had a card up his sleeve, he said, I understand now. Senior Zhang must be from another hidden immortal alliance that's similar in strength to the Dao Alliance and the Heaven Alliance. They want to use this cultivation method to cause a war between the Heaven Alliance and the Dao Alliance. Only then can they benefit from it. Xiaoya thought for a while and nodded hesitantly. Master, you're right. I think that Zhang Xiaohua might have been possessed by the devil race. Now that the Yilin continent is in turmoil, the devil race has always wanted to show themselves. If they use this cultivation method, the human race will definitely be in chaos. Wouldn't the devil race benefit from it? It could also be the sole cultivators of the Million Meng Mountains. Bai Fei guessed even more boldly. They're not willing to stay in the Million Meng Mountains. They want to covet the entire Yilin continent. At the very least, they want to form a tripartite balance with the Dao Alliance and the Heaven Alliance. Master. Hearing this, Xiaoya couldn't help but sigh. I can't help but admire Master's choice. This is not only Master's shrewdness, but also the favor of the heavens. The Yilin continent is about to fall into chaos, and Master has returned to the Xiaoyu continent. When Master's cultivation reaches the highest level, he will return to the Yilin continent to fight with them. Hee hee. Bai Fei smiled and said, Xiaoya, you're thinking too much. I'm not the kind of person who commands the winds and clouds. I only want to cultivate quietly and embark on the path of immortality. Master, you're thinking too little. Xiaoya pursed her lips and smiled. How can a person with such good fortune like Master only cultivate quietly? Let's not talk about other things. Master's world is an ancient immortal item. It's 365 mu. Although there's no spiritual energy of heaven and earth, no matter if it's humans, demons, or spiritual herbs, everything can survive in it. This is the method of an immortal. Damn it. Hearing Xiaoya's words, Bai Fei's expression changed greatly. He cursed under his breath. Have you forgotten what I warned you about? This concubine deserves to die, this concubine deserves to die. When Xiaoya heard this, her entire graceful body trembled. She hurriedly prostrated herself on the ground and said, this concubine won't dare to do it again. Bai Fei watched Xiaoya's body fall to the ground. He raised his hands slightly and a fist-sized gold-devouring bug engraved with countless golden threads appeared between his fingers. Bai Fei's expression was uncertain. He was extremely regretful that he had revealed the secret of the world to Xiaoya. However, he had no choice. He couldn't farm in the world. His puppet was also clumsy, so he could only rely on Xiaoya to take care of those spiritual herbs. After a full 5 minutes, Bai Fei waved his hand and recalled the gold-devouring bug. He looked at Xiaoya and sighed. Xiaoya, I really don't want to hurt you. But you can't force me to do it. Xiaoya seemed to be very afraid of Bai Fei's methods. She begged, yes, this concubine knows. This concubine only accidentally let it slip in front of Master. If it was anywhere else, this concubine definitely wouldn't. Get up. Bai Fei amiably helped Xiaoya up. Although Xiaoya's skin was smooth and tender in his hands, Bai Fei was not moved at all. He said, "Cultivation is an extremely dangerous path. This world is also a world where the strong prey on the weak. This concubine Bai was able to cultivate painstakingly to this stage only because of her cautiousness. Although on the Dawn Rain continent, there are people who despise this concubine Bai's character and disdain this concubine Bai's actions, but now, this concubine Bai has become a nascent soul master. And they, probably haven't even cultivated to the late stage of golden core. When they see this concubine Bai, all their previous disdain and contempt will turn into longing and respect. At that time, they should know that this concubine Bai's previous actions were correct and wise." "Yes, master. Xiaoya was wrong," Xiaoya whispered. Xiaoya still trusts others too much. "Even though Xiaoya has been suppressed in the demon array for so long, I still can't change this bad habit, so you won't be able to achieve great things." Bai Fei nodded. "You can only be this concubine Bai's assistant. Hee, it's this concubine's honor to be able to command heaven and earth with this master." Xiaoya didn't dare to be ostentatious and said with a slight smile. Bai Fei waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Go back and rest. Since this cultivation method has already appeared, I'm afraid that the plan of defeat you Immortal Alliance has changed. Let's not talk about whether that alliance master can return or not, even the capable person they're looking for won't come again. This concubine Bai still has to think of a way to get the secret of that transmission tunnel from Defeat You Immortal Alliance. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a monthly vote, vote for a recommendation vote, bookmark, reward, and thank all forms of support." Chapter 49-59. Then, Bai Fei used his hand to point at the bracelet on his left wrist. The bracelet once again emitted an earthy yellow light screen, and Xiaoyu was sucked into it. When Xiaoyu fell into a world, Bai Fei frowned and looked at the immortal artifact on his left wrist that was similar to the heaven and earth bracelet. His eyes were filled with caution. However, after frowning and thinking for a moment, he seemed to have no good ideas. He could only whisper, "Forget it. After I obtain the cultivation method of the spirit puppet, I can't let Xiaoyu stay in this world anymore. If this secret is known by others, what would happen?" Bai Fei sat down cross-legged, picked up a jade slip, and looked at it for a moment. He unconsciously clapped his hands again and sighed, "Zhang Xiaohua is really a god. If I can become a disciple of such an expert, why should I worry about the immortal path? It's a pity that this senior and the power controlled by this senior have a big plan. If I go, I'll just be a chess piece. I'd better cultivate honestly." Thinking of this, Bai Fei reached out and took out the bronze plate. As he formed a seal, the ghost servant appeared from the void. He immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, master." How's the situation?" Bai Fei was not so polite to the ghost servant and asked indifferently. "Reporting to master." The ghost servant replied, "Just like a few days ago, that human is only sitting cross-legged and cultivating. It's similar to what master said about closed-door cultivation. He didn't even move." "Good." Bai Fei took out a dark green bead and threw it to the ghost servant. There was some fog inside the bead, and several frightened and panicked wandering souls came out of the fog. The ghost servant opened his mouth and swallowed the bead. He closed his pitch-black eyes and looked like he was enjoying it. "Continue monitoring. If there are any unusual movements, immediately report to this old man." Bai Fei waved his hand, indicating for the ghost servant to leave. This Daoist master Xiao is working hard. Bai Fei did not doubt him, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile. If he was an ordinary rogue cultivator, I might have helped him a little. However, even if he is not a demon, he is a human cultivator with a demon cultivation method. I will also consider it. But if he's a demon, his loyalty will be discounted. If you don't let me use a forbidden technique on him, how can I be at ease letting him follow me? Yes, I should consider this. After all, I'm going to return to the Dawn Rain continent now. Little you, ghost servant, and the others can't be exposed in front of others. With Daoist Xiao helping me take care of everything, he'll be a useful helper. When there's a chance, I'll test it out first. If he's really reliable, I don't mind giving him some opportunities. Putting aside Bai Fei's benevolent heart, wanting to recruit Xiao Hua as his helper, time passed quickly. Half a month had passed, and the cold wind was biting cold. Snowballs the size of a fist fell from the sky like hailstones, covering the mountains near the worry-free manor. The flames from before had disappeared, and were replaced by ice and snow sculptures. Looking at it from afar, it had a different kind of charm. A white crane spread its wings and flew down from the red clouds in the distance. On top of it stood a young man wearing a Daoist robe. This young man's eyebrows were light, and the temperament between his brows was slightly lazy. The most puzzling thing was that the young man was obviously a cultivator, but he didn't use any power. Instead, he let the cold wind blow his Daoist robe up, and let the snowballs hit his face and body. Ga. The white crane let out a clear cry and flapped its wings. It didn't fly in a straight line, but circled in the air a few times. There were even a few times when its head was facing down. The cultivator was caught off guard, and his body slipped off the white crane's body. However, he only stepped a few feet in the air. The cultivator's body slid, and very strangely, he flashed to the left and stood firmly on the white crane's body. This cultivator wasn't angry. He used his foot to tap the white crane's neck, and scolded in a low voice, "You evil creature, you actually dare to scheme against me? Don't tell me you don't want to see Qingwan." Ga. When the white crane heard this, it immediately let out a sad cry. Its originally raised head quietly lowered and hid under its wings. It looked like it had been wronged. Okay. The cultivator didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I was just joking with you. If I didn't bring you here, how could I snatch this job from someone else?" Ga. The white crane immediately became happy. It flapped its wings and charged toward the ice mountain even faster than before. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the mountain was getting closer. The snow became even heavier, and it almost covered the sky. Several disciples of the worry-free mountain manor flew out on their flying swords and blocked the cultivator's path. They shouted, "Which senior has come to my worry-free mountain manor? Please show your token." "Hee, this young master is Jiu, a mere envoy of the southwest." The cultivator smiled and threw a golden token to the cultivator in front of him. The cultivator took the token and looked at it before respectfully saying, "Lord Envoy, please wait a moment. I'll go report to the manor master." "Okay, thank you." The nascent soul cultivator named Jiu had a good temper. He smiled and waved his hand. After the cultivator took the token and left, Jiu smiled and said, "We don't need to wait here. Let's slowly fly over." "Senior, please." The patrolling disciples didn't dare to say anything. They looked at each other and agreed. Jiu flew down from the white crane's back and flew a few feet forward. The white crane was a little impatient at the side. With a long cry, it spread its wings and flew towards the worry-free manor. At the same time, a similar cry could be heard from within the manor. Caw. A ball of green light appeared from the snowstorm. Yi Yun's Qingwan seemed to have sensed the arrival of the white crane and also flew out. Upon hearing Qingwan's cry, the white crane moved like lightning, breaking through the snow several times faster than before and landing beside Qingwan. Ga. The blue wan chirped happily, flapping its wings and dancing in the air. The white crane also chirped happily, flapping its wings and dancing with the blue wan. For a moment, the sky above worry-free mountain villa was filled with light and shadows. The wind weakened, and the snow disappeared. When the patrolling disciples saw this, they were even more relieved. They smiled and felt warmth in their hearts. "Lord Envoy." Since the Qingwan came out, Yi Yun wouldn't be far away. Just as Jiu was waiting, Yi Yun, Bai Junfeng, and company also flew out from the worry-free mountain manor. Before they got close, Bai Junfeng's face was filled with shock as he shouted, "Why did you personally come? After Bai Junfeng, Yu Biqiong's mouth revealed a trace of jealousy. She glanced at Yi Yun, who had an unnatural expression, and smiled. Senior brother Bai, what are you saying? The worry-free mountain manor is not a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Why can't Lord Envoy come? Moreover, if the worry-free mountain manor is really a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, Lord Envoy should come here for our safety. The Qing Wan and the white crane were dancing in the sky. Bai Junfeng wasn't blind, so how could he not know? He only smiled and didn't say anything. Ji Yu didn't hide it. He looked at Yi Yun and asked, Yi Yun, did it go smoothly this time? You still have old injuries, so you don't have to work too hard. As he spoke, he took out a jade bottle and handed it over. He said with concern, this is the emerald firefly pill I asked for from Lord Alliance Master. It's very useful for recovering the primordial spirit. Why don't you take it? Lord. Yi Yun didn't take the emerald firefly pill. Instead, she said respectfully, Junior's injuries can't be healed by ordinary pills. Junior thanks Lord for your concern. Ji Yu frowned. He didn't know why Yi Yun was suddenly so cold. His hand froze in the air. He didn't know whether to take it back or pass the jade bottle to Yi Yun. Junior brother Ji, why are you here? Just as Ji Yu was feeling awkward, a voice came from the worry-free mountain manor. Another late nascent soul stage cultivator flew out. This cultivator had the appearance of an old man. He wore a royal blue robe and looked like an ordinary rich man. However, there were several valiant golden core stage cultivators following behind him. Each of them had an imposing appearance and looked extraordinary. Senior brother Gao. Ji Yu took the opportunity to keep the jade bottle and flew up. He cupped his hands and smiled at the cultivator. Junior hasn't seen senior brother in a long time. I specially came to see you, Tisk. Senior brother Gao looked at the blue wan and white crane in the sky and pursed his lips. How can I not know what you're thinking? Come, since you're here, why don't you stay in my worry-free mountain manor for a few days and let the blue wan and white crane have a good time together? Ji Yu blushed slightly and said embarrassedly, Senior brother, you're joking. Junior actually wanted to stay in your Shangri-La for a few more days. However, Lord Special Envoy has ordered that cultivators who want to participate in the selection should hurry to the designated place to participate in the training. Oh? Senior brother Gao looked up at the snowy sky and asked in confusion, this snowstorm is so heavy. I'm afraid the Wuming mountain range is also very cold. Why is Lord Alliance Master so anxious? Ji Yu shrugged and replied, Junior brother doesn't know about that. Junior brother is only responsible for sending the cultivators who want to participate in the selection. Since that's the case, Junior brother, please wait for a moment. I'll get the disciples to inform the two of them. Senior brother Gao nodded. 2. Ji Yu was stunned and looked at senior brother Gao in disbelief. He then turned to look at Bai Junfeng and the others and asked curiously, just 2 cultivators? Bai Junfeng smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, My lord, you should know that the Heavenly Alliance now has complete nascent soul cultivation methods. Who would still risk their lives in the Lost Land? To tell you the truth, when we were in Tong Lake City that day, we had already recruited 23 nascent soul early stage and mid-stage nascent soul seniors. They all agreed to return to the Immortal Alliance with us. We even registered their names. However, just as we were about to set off, Senior Zhang sent the cultivation method jade slips to the auction in Tong Lake City. When these seniors received the news, they didn't say a word to us and immediately rushed to the auction on the 9th floor. We couldn't stop them. Vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, donate it, and... Chapter 4960. At this point, Bai Junfeng looked at the worry-free manor in the snow and lowered his voice. As for these 2 seniors, I've deceived them. Then, Bai Junfeng explained the whole story. Finally, he said, these 2 seniors are rogue cultivators. They had just arrived in Tong Lake City and hadn't heard any news about the cultivation technique jade slips before they were brought out of Tong Lake City by us. Then, we rushed to Worry-Free Manor without stopping. They shouldn't have heard any other news. Bai Junfeng naturally didn't dare to hide the fact that Bai Fei and Yi Yun knew each other. Although he didn't hide anything in his words, how could the sensitive Ji Yu not know what he wanted to know? Facing Ji Yu's gaze, Yi Yun lowered her head naturally. Everything was understood without words. Ji Yu already understood why Yi Yun treated him like that. Hee hee. Ji Yu smiled and said, the Defeat Valley Immortal Alliance has always been open and aboveboard. Why should we hide these things? Although the Heaven Alliance already has a cultivation method, it's still a cultivation method for spiritual roots. No one knows if the current cultivators can use it. Going to the Lost Land is a bright path. Instead of hiding, why don't we just tell them directly and let them decide whether they want to go or not? Ahem. Senior brother Gao coughed and said, Junior brother, don't be angry. After all, this was the Alliance head's arrangement. I heard that the other disciples didn't find many suitable cultivators, and Bai Junfeng and the others only found these two fellow Daoists after going through untold hardships. If you drive them away with a single sentence, not only will you be guilty, even Bai Junfeng and the others won't be able to do anything. Moreover, the Alliance Master sent a total of 5 special envoys this time. If we don't find many cultivators, won't the special envoys be defeated by the other special envoys? Alright. Ji Yu thought for a while and glanced at Yi Yun. He waved his hand impatiently and said, I'll listen to you and treat me as a mute. The disciples of Worry-Free Manor left, and not long after, Xiaohua and Bai Fei flew over. Senior Marshal Brother Gao smiled and greeted, I am Gao Xian, the Manor Lord of Worry-Free Manor. When the 2 Dao friends came, I wasn't in the manor. When this old man returned, he wanted to pay a visit to the 2 of you. However, seeing that the 2 of you were cultivating diligently, this old man did not dare to disturb you. I am truly sorry. Naturally, Bai Fei was the first to speak. He smiled and returned the greeting. Manor Master Gao, you're too kind. We're the ones who are sorry to have disturbed your manor. Moreover, your union has given us such a precious opportunity. We can't even thank you enough. Don't you agree, Daoist Master Xiao? Of course. Xiaohua's gaze moved from the green wan and white crane to Bai Fei with a meaningful look. He smiled and said, not to mention going to that place, just being able to meditate in this picturesque villa is also I's fortune. Bai Fei naturally saw the intimacy between the green wan and white crane. The reason why Ji Yu didn't recall the white crane was probably to let him see it. However, Bai Fei ignored it and chatted cheerfully with Gao Xian and Xiaohua. It could be seen how scheming he was. Yi Yun naturally wanted to recall the green wan, but the white crane didn't leave, so she didn't dare to act rashly. After Bai Fei appeared, she had been paying attention to Bai Fei's expression. However, Bai Fei's gaze only swept past the 2 spiritual birds, and there was no special change. Only then did Yi Yun's heart gradually relax. This old man wanted to keep the 2 Dao friends for a few more days, but Lord Union is thirsty for talent. This. Gao Xian raised his hand and pointed at Ji Yu. Lord Union specially invited Junior Marshal Brother Ji Yu of our Immortal Alliance to welcome you. He didn't even give you time to set up a farewell banquet. It seems that this old man is destined to be rude. Greetings, Lord Union Envoy. Bai Fei respectfully said rudely to Ji Yu. His eyes slightly narrowed, and there was an indescribable meaning in his gaze. Xiaohua smiled and casually cupped his hands at the side. However, at this moment, no one would care about Xiaohua. They all looked at Bai Fei and Ji Yu. Sure enough, when Bai Fei bowed, Ji Yu didn't return the greeting. Instead, he looked straight at Bai Fei, his gaze like lightning, and his expression like frost. Bai Fei's figure was like a mountain, and his etiquette was thorough. He didn't get up, as if he was waiting and looking forward to it. Ahem. How could Gao Xian let Ji Yu be rude here? He hurriedly coughed twice and said, Junior Marshal Brother Ji, it's getting late. Since you want to hurry back, why don't you set off now? I won't let you enter the manor. Huh, fellow Dao Bai, please get up. Ji Yu seemed to have woken up. Although there was a smile on his mouth, there wasn't much of a smile on his face. He raised his hand and said, I just had some opportunities and made a few more steps in my cultivation. Actually, I'm about the same age as you, so there's no need to be so polite. It turns out that Lord Union Envoy is a genius from the heavens. Then I'm even more disrespectful. Bai Fei's mouth slightly revealed an imperceptible sneer. He hurriedly put on a fake smile and flattered him. I don't dare. Ji Yu said proudly, there are countless capable people in the Heavenly Alliance. My opportunity is nothing. As long as you go to the Lost Land, you'll have more opportunities. Phew. Hearing that Ji Yu's words were reliable, Gao Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He looked around and said, Go, bring me the spiritual wine. I'll give you 3 toasts and send Junior Marshal Brother Ji off. Although Gao Xian was toasting the 3 nascent soul cultivators, Bai Junfeng and the others naturally couldn't be left behind. Gao Xian raised his wine cup and clinked glasses with Ji Yu, Bai Fei, Xiao Hua, Bai Junfeng and the others. Yi Yun stayed behind, and Gao Xian even looked at Yi Yun meaningfully. Yi Yun felt unnatural, as if there was a thorn in her back. However, she felt helpless in her heart. She knew Ji Yu's infatuation, and she was even grateful that Ji Yu came all the way to pick her up. However, things had changed with the passage of time. Now was not the time. She could only smile apologetically and was speechless. Seeing that Ji Yu left with Bai Fei and the others, Gao Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. As a bystander, he could only feel sorry for Ji Yu, who was a late nascent soul cultivator. Ji Yu flew for more than 10 miles and was far away from the worry-free manor. He immediately raised his hand and the white crane flew down from the sky and landed in front of his feet. Ji Yu stepped on it and saw that the green one also landed beside the white crane. He smiled and said to Yi Yun, Little Yi, let them take the flying boat. You follow me on the spiritual bird. Ji Yu didn't call her, Little Yi, in front of Gao Xian and the others. Now that he called her, it was naturally provocative. Ji Yu even glanced at Bai Fei. It wasn't out of Ji Yu's expectations. Bai Fei's eyes twitched a few times. Unfortunately, what Ji Yu didn't expect was that Yi Yun actually said respectfully, Senior Ji, this junior can take the flying boat with Senior Bai and the others. As she said that, Yi Yun waved at the green wand, wanting to keep the green wand into the spirit storage ring. However, the green wand and the white crane were very close. No matter how Yi Yun waved, it didn't move at all. It only flapped its wings and moved closer to the white crane. Xiao Hua laughed secretly, damn it, when we rushed over from Tong Lake City, we were in a hurry. Now, there's a good show to watch. All right. Ji Yu helplessly flew down from the white crane and instructed Bai Junfeng, this old man will also take the flying boat. Bai Junfeng, take out the flying boat. Yes, yes. Bai Junfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly took out the flying boat and respectfully asked Ji Yu to go first. His flying boat was probably the first time it felt so cramped. Senior Sister Yu. Seeing Bai Fei and Ji Yu staring at each other, although they didn't speak, the atmosphere was very tense. From time to time, the two of them would look at her. Yi Yun's heart was filled with sweetness and awkwardness. She couldn't help but ask in a low voice, how about you accompany me on the green one? Hee hee. Yu Biqiong laughed, your green one has been on a diet for the sake of the white crane. She can't stand senior sister. You can take the district envoy's white crane. Yi Yun bit her lips and looked at Ji Yu. Looking at Ji Yu's pitiful pleading, Ji Yu couldn't refuse no matter what. He sighed in his heart and raised his head, go ahead, caw caw. Yu Biqiong and Yi Yun got on the white crane and the green one. The 2 spiritual birds let out 2 clear cries and spread their wings. Bai Junfeng reminded, Senior, this junior, hurry up, what are you waiting for? Seeing Yi Yun's figure flying away, Ji Yu couldn't help but scold. Yes, yes. Bai Junfeng hurriedly urged the flying shuttle to chase after the spiritual birds. Without Yi Yun on the flying shuttle, the atmosphere was much better. Ji Yu glanced at Bai Fei and suddenly turned to ask with a smile, Daoist Master Xiao, Your Dharma name sounds very unfamiliar. Where are you from? Oh. Why do you think that I must be a rogue cultivator? Xiaohua asked curiously. Jiyu glanced at Bai Fei and said, the teleportation tunnel to the lost place is very dangerous. My chief has been there before and almost fell into it. I think that as long as one has a foundation and a sect, one wouldn't choose to go there. Since you all thought of it, there's a high chance that you're a rogue cultivator. Congratulations, you're right. Xiaohua smiled. I and Daoist Master Bai are both rogue cultivators. I'm a rogue cultivator from the Guangqing Immortal Alliance. What about you? You didn't even take Xiaohua seriously. Xiaohua's words went in one ear and out the other. He only looked at Bai Fei and asked. Bai Fei replied indifferently, I am a rogue cultivator from the Illusion Immortal Alliance. Oh. Illusionary Police Immortal Alliance? Jiyu asked curiously, isn't the Illusionary Police Immortal Alliance not far from our Defeat Oak Immortal Alliance? How did you get here? Bai Fei looked at Jiyu unhappily and said, fellow Daoist Ji, let's not talk about how big the Yi-Lin continent is, but my Heaven Alliance. I'm afraid there are 72 Immortal Alliances, right? I seem to have to report to the Lords of the Defeat You Immortal Alliance about where I am traveling, right? Then where are you cultivating in the Illusion Immortal Alliance? Jiyu curled his lips slightly and asked again, I need to know your background. I forgot. Bai Fei said casually. I'll tell you when I remember. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, gift it, and... Chapter 4961. Damn it. Jiyu simply threw away his identity as the prefectural envoy and cursed in a low voice, how could you forget where you cultivate? Are you deliberately making fun of this young master? Bai Fei rolled his eyes and replied, what's wrong? Fellow Daoist, you just realized it now. Damn it. Xiaohua originally wanted to say a few words of advice, but the more he saw the more ridiculous the two were talking, the more like two young men fighting over a lover. He cursed in his heart, and with a flash of his body, he landed at the tail of the flying shuttle and sat down cross-legged. His mind entered the space. He and the Thunderbolt Immortal had already deduced the primordial spirit cultivation method to the last step of the unifying the way. It was really crucial. How could he have the time to talk nonsense with these two little things? Seeing Xiaohua leave, Bai Junfeng was a little dumbfounded. He drove the flying shuttle, not daring to slack off. He could only listen and watch. This was a secret of nascent soul cultivators fighting over a woman. He didn't know if Jiyu and Bai Fei would kill him to prevent him from leaking the secret after arriving at the place. Bai Junfeng's worries were naturally groundless. Bai Fei and Jiyu confronted each other like fighting cocks. Except for a few words of sarcasm, they didn't really fight. After flying for more than 10 days, Bai Junfeng's heart finally relaxed when he saw a flying shuttle about 1,000 feet in size in the sky in front of him. On the body of the flying shuttle, countless runes were engraved. These runes formed the shape of clouds and mist. The nearby spiritual chi of heaven and earth rushed in, and the runes emitted a faint brilliance. Thus, the clouds began to overflow and the mist began to spread. The huge flying shuttle had a kind of momentum that seemed to be activated. Many disciples stood at the edge of the flying boat. They were all wearing bright armor and holding spear-shaped celestial weapons. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the sky not only crashed into the flying boat, but also fell on their bright armor. Naturally, there were talisman scripts on the bright armor. These talisman scripts were very agile, swimming on the armor like tadpoles. These talisman scripts even floated out of the light of the bright armor and connected in midair. A murderous magic formation had been quietly set up on the flying boat. Yi Yun and Yu Biqiong were riding the white crane and the blue Luan in front of the flying shuttle. When they saw the flying shuttle, they had already stopped their spiritual birds and landed on both sides of the shuttle. Even so, there were still disciples on patrol descending from the sky and blocking the shuttle. A disciple in the late Golden Core stage in front asked sternly, "Who are you?" I'm the special envoy of the Northwest 2nd District. Jiyu couldn't vent his anger on Bai Fei. Hearing the disciples on patrol's unkind tone, he was already angry. He jumped up from the flying shuttle and roaring, "What? You won't let me pass?" As he spoke, he released the pressure of a late nascent soul stage cultivator. How could the group of golden core stage cultivators withstand his pressure? They all trembled and were about to fall to the ground. So powerful, so murderous, so powerful. Bai Fei said coldly on the flying shuttle, "He's just a disciple on patrol. He's just following the rules. Look at your token. Do you have to be so ruthless? Isn't he just a late nascent soul stage senior? How dare you trample the rules of the Immortal Alliance under your feet?" Yi Yin also quickly flew up and tried to resist the nascent soul stage pressure. She whispered, "Gee. Lord, this is the special envoy's flying shuttle. We don't dare to be rash." Humph. Seeing Yi Yin fly over, Jiyu had long retracted his nascent soul pressure with a pained heart. However, he still fiercely glared at the few golden core disciples and said, "Since you are a patrolling disciple, you should properly ask questions. Why are you roaring like this for no reason? Do you think you're all evil?" With that, Jiyu raised his hand and threw the token to the golden core stage disciple. The disciple was confused. He didn't know what he said wrong. Whenever a disciple of the Immortal Alliance approached the special envoy's flying shuttle, they would sternly shout as usual. First, to remind them to slow down. Second, to remind the flying shuttle to be on guard. Who knew what was wrong with this nascent soul stage cultivator today? However, looking at the token in his hand, Jiyu was a real district envoy. Even if he was one level higher than them, they couldn't do anything about it. They could only smile and say, "District envoy, this junior has neglected you. This way please, Jiyu wasn't an arrogant person. After getting angry, he regretted it. Seeing the disciple on patrol respectfully, he took the token and nodded. Just as he was about to follow the disciple onto the special envoy's flying shuttle, another small shuttle flew over. The golden core stage disciple immediately flew up and sternly shouted, "Who's there?" Unfortunately, he only shouted, "Who's there?" before remembering the awkwardness from before. He didn't dare to say, "Who's there?" loudly, and his voice became much softer, making it sound really strange. Disciple Su Xia. On the flying boat, a female gold core cultivator with a mediocre face and a slightly plump body quickly flew out. She handed over the token and respectfully said, "I'm here on the orders of the special envoy to bring the 3 seniors here." The golden core stage disciple on patrol took the token and looked at it. He simply said in a warm voice, "Fellow Daoist Su, you've worked hard. Please invite the 3 seniors over. It just so happens that there are 2 seniors here. You can all board the special envoy's flying shuttle together." The woman called Su Xia was slightly stunned. She had never heard the disciple on the special envoy's flying shuttle speak so softly. She couldn't help but look at the golden core stage disciple. Aside from confusion, there was also a hint of a smile in her eyes. The golden core stage disciple was startled and hurriedly scolded, "Hurry up, don't make the seniors anxious." "Yes, yes." Only then did Su Xia hurriedly withdraw her gaze and turn to land on the flying shuttle. Xiaohua clearly saw that the flying shuttle was similar to the one under his feet. There were 3 cultivators on it, 1 in the middle stage of nascent soul stage and 2 in the early stage of nascent soul stage. The middle stage nascent soul stage cultivator was an old man with a ruddy complexion and 5 strands of long beard fluttering in the wind. He had a rather sage-like appearance. However, that middle stage nascent soul stage cultivator didn't cause Xiaohua's gaze to linger on him. Xiaohua swept a glance at him, but his gaze landed on the last 2 early stage nascent soul stage cultivators who walked out from the flying shuttle. The early stage nascent soul stage cultivator in the front was a tall man with a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, similar to a farmer in the countryside. However, when Xiaohua looked at this man, his face unconsciously revealed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He secretly muttered in his heart, "Damn it, what's all this? Our human race's Daoist sects went to the Lost Land to search for a chance of survival. Why are all these filthy things here? What does this have to do with them? Do you think that the Yilin continent's human race's Daoist sects are flourishing, that the Xiaoyu continent is a place where you can do whatever you want? Xiao Hua's gaze swept across this man, and then landed on the last nascent soul stage cultivator. This cultivator was a woman, but this woman's appearance was covered by a snow-white handkerchief. Her appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, just from the curves of the naked body wrapped under the snow-white clothes, no one would doubt that this woman had exceptional beauty. The moment this woman walked out of the flying shuttle, all the male cultivators' gazes were attracted. However, Xiaohua's gaze only paused for a moment before moving away again. He frowned slightly, and unconsciously muttered in his heart, "Damn it, what's going on? When did the Xiaoyu continent become a hot commodity? Not to mention the Immortal Alliance master who wants to go over, the devil race also wants to go over. Now that a demon race has appeared, she actually also wants to go over? This silver-white wolf race, what is she going over for?" Xiao Hua was gloomy, but that patrolling Golden Core stage disciple seemed to have awoken from a dream. He hurriedly moved his gaze away from the female cultivator's snow-white body with difficulty, and respectfully said, "Seniors, this way please." Xiao Hua and the rest boarded the flying shuttle. That middle stage nascent soul stage old man looked at Xiao Hua and Bai Fei, and cupped his hands, saying, "Fellow cultivators, I am Daoist Yuan Kong, may I know how to address you too?" "Hee, this one is Bai Fei." Bai Fei greeted people with ease. Seeing Daoist Yuan Kong looking over, he had already gone up to greet him. Xiao Hua also smiled, saying, "This one is Daoist Xiao, hee, looks like fellow cultivator Bai is the leader of the two." Daoist Yuan Kong smiled, and turned to the other two cultivators, saying, "Fellow cultivators, please come over. Since we are fated to board the special envoy's flying shuttle together, why don't we join hands? What do you think? This one is Zhuang Chen, greetings fellow cultivators." That farmer cultivator said. The masked silver wolf respectfully said, "This one is Beauty Yu, greetings fellow cultivators." "Beauty Yu?" Bai Fei smiled and returned the greeting, saying, "Fellow cultivator, your name is indeed like your person. Fellow cultivator, please don't laugh at me." Beauty Yu's voice was slightly hoarse, not ethereal and clear. However, this hoarse voice, in the ears of men, made them even more fantastical and even more sexy. "Fellow cultivator Bai." After the 5 nascent soul stage cultivators finished greeting each other, Jiyu, who was not far away, said with a smile, "This old man has already sent you all to the special envoy's flying shuttle. This old man has already completed his mission. Next, the special envoy's subordinate disciples will receive you all. This old man wishes you a smooth selection, haha." With that said, Jiyu waved his hand and said to Yi Yun, "You Biqiong, and the other disciples, follow this old man." Yi Yun looked at Bai Fei and nodded slightly. Her eyes were filled with concern, and then she followed Jiyu. "Fellow cultivator Bai?" Seeing Bai Fei looking at Jiyu, Daoist Yuan Kong was somewhat puzzled, saying, "You are familiar with this late-stage nascent soul stage senior? He's just a lunatic, who knows him?" Bai Fei was not afraid of Jiyu hearing him and said with a cold smile. He even looked at Jiyu's back. Sure enough, Jiyu's figure stopped slightly as if he wanted to turn around. However, when he saw Yi Yun, who had her head lowered and was somewhat unhappy, he did not turn his head around in the end. "Damn it." Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes. He was somewhat puzzled and thought to himself, what is this Bai Fei doing? Isn't he always cautious? Why is he so reckless today? Shoo. Daoist Yuan Kong hurriedly put his hand to his mouth and reminded, "Fellow cultivator Bai, don't be angry. We still need to borrow the power of the Defeat Oak Immortal Alliance to go to the abandoned land." Hee, this one was rash, sorry. Bai Fei smiled and did not say anything else. P.S. Fellow cultivators who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a monthly vote, vote for a recommendation vote, collect a gift, and thank you for all forms of support. Chapter 4962. The Gold Core disciple led the 5 people into the cabin. The cabin was quite large, and the space was divided into many quiet rooms. The gold core disciple led the 5 people to the 5 adjacent quiet rooms. He took out 5 jade tablets and respectfully handed them over. He said, "Seniors, because time is a little tight, the seniors who arrived on the special envoy's flying ship will not arrive at the same time. Therefore, the special envoy has told us not to specially welcome the seniors. After seniors arrive, each of you can choose a quiet room to rest. If you need anything, feel free to tell the disciple on duty. The special envoy's flying ship will depart for the selection in 3 days. Where will the selection be held?" Bai Fei took the jade tablet and asked with raised eyebrows. The golden core disciple smiled. "Senior, please no. Junior doesn't know about these things. Moreover, according to the Lord's special envoy, he doesn't know either. I'm afraid he will only know when the Alliance Head Command token arrives in 3 days." Bai Fei asked curiously, "It's just a selection. Is there a need to be so secretive?" "Apologies, Junior doesn't know." If it was before, the golden core disciple would have already left in a huff. However, he saw that Bai Fei dared to call Jiyu a madman. He also didn't know the background of this person in front of him, so he didn't dare to act rashly. "Forget it. Either way, I don't know anything. It's fine if I don't ask." Daoist Yuankong activated the jade tablet and opened a quiet room. He smiled and said, "How about fellow Daoists come to my quiet room and we can discuss how to face the selection?" Although Daoist Yuankong said, "fellow Daoists," he was looking at Bai Fei. When Xiao Hua heard this, he understood that Daoist Yuankong was discussing with Bai Fei about the authority to command the 5 of them. If Bai Fei agreed to be Daoist Yuankong's temporary leader, then Bai Fei would agree to go in. If Bai Fei didn't want to go in, then it meant he wanted to take the initiative. At that time, Daoist Yuankong would have to reconsider. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, Bai Fei didn't hesitate and smiled. Of course. Daoist Yuankong is a person of virtue and prestige. This one wants to hear what fellow Daoist has to say. The 5 of them were harmonious and entered the quiet room with smiles on their faces. The quiet room wasn't small, but there weren't many things. Other than a table and a praying mat, there was only a plate of spirit fruits on the table. Daoist Yuankong smiled and took out some spirit fruits and wine from his universe bracelet. He placed them on the table and said, "Come, try this rain fruit and meridian wine." He. Zhuangchen was so happy that he didn't care whether there was a futon on the ground or not. He sat down and picked up the fist-sized rain fruit and said with a smile, "Senior, your rain fruit is pretty good. It's a pity that you don't have enough of it. After eating it last time, I haven't had a chance to taste it again." Beauty Yu did not take the rain fruit, but she took out a meditation cushion from her storage ring and placed it beside the jade table before sitting down. Xiao Hua and Bai Fei glanced at each other. They both took out their prayer mats and sat beside the jade table. They picked up the rain birth fruit and tasted it while quietly listening to Daoist Yuankong's explanation. Seeing that the 4 of them were seated, Daoist Yuankong walked to the back of the jade table and sat on the praying mat. He looked at the 4 of them and said with a smile, "This old man is a rogue cultivator. Minister Zhuang and Beauty Yu are also rogue cultivators. I wonder if fellow Daoist Bai and Daoist Xiao are also rogue cultivators." We are also rogue cultivators." Bai Fei said with a smile, "Actually, if we weren't rogue cultivators, who would take the risk to go to the Lost Land? Furthermore, I can also say that most of the cultivators on this special envoy's flying ship are rogue cultivators." "That's right." Daoist Yuankong nodded. "Rogue cultivators have a hard time cultivating. However, the good thing is that the Yilin continent is very big. We also have places to cultivate. However, the heavens are unfair. Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has changed, we rogue cultivators cannot compare to immortal sects and clans. They have the foundation, and the time to resist this change. However, we rogue cultivators can't. If we can't find a way to cultivate, our cultivation will come to an end." At this point, Daoist Yuankong sighed and said, I didn't tell fellow Daoist Zhuang and Fairy you that I don't have much time left. If I can't find anything in the Lost Land, I'm afraid I won't be able to see you guys again. Ah? Zhuang Qin was stunned and said curiously, Senior's age is actually so old. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with a smile, fellow Daoist, don't be discouraged. There will always be opportunities, as long as fellow Daoist doesn't give up hope. Many thanks for Daoist Zhao's encouragement. Daoist Yuankong said with a smile, actually, at this old man's level, I have already seen through everything. Therefore, when I heard that Liu Immortal Alliance wanted to go to the Lost Land, I was first moved. However, this old man doesn't understand. What's so special about the Lost Land that it actually made Liu Immortal Alliance so much fanfare? Not only did they find so many cultivators, they also have to do some selection. What kind of divine ability or secret technique do they need? Bai Fei frowned and said, it's said that this transfer tunnel goes through the Wumeng mountain range. That Wumeng mountain range is the world of soul beasts and soul cultivators. Soul cultivators and soul beasts never leave the Wumeng mountain range and are very mysterious. No one knows what kind of divine ability they have. If there are no accidents, Liu Immortal Alliance is looking for a secret technique that can restrain soul cultivators and soul beasts. Xiaohua continued, I heard that the 5 elements escape techniques are restricted in that transfer tunnel, so they might need other flying techniques. Therefore, they have to choose. Beauty, you also spoke up, no matter how they choose, they have to tell us where to choose, right? Making it so mysterious, this concubine is also somewhat regretful. Everyone spoke up one after another, but they couldn't make heads or tails of it. After discussing for less than an hour, there was still no conclusion. Finally, Bai Fei stood up and said, no matter what, since the 5 of us have decided to join forces, I ask Senior Yuankong to be the temporary leader. We will listen to Senior's instructions and strive to pass this so-called selection. Bai Fei stood up, and Xiaohua and the others also stood up. Daoist Yuankong nodded and said, all right, then this old man will reluctantly accept. When the time comes, if this old man can't make a decision, everyone can discuss it together. Afterwards, Daoist Yuankong sent Xiaohua and the others out of the quiet room and cupped his hands to bid farewell to everyone. Xiaohua was about to activate the jade tablet to enter his quiet room when Bai Fei suddenly said, that's right, Daoist Xiao, this Bai thought of something again. Can I trouble you for a while? Xiaohua was puzzled. Seeing Zhuang Chen and Beauty Yu tactfully enter the quiet room, he nodded and said, what is it, fellow Daoist Bai? Come to my quiet room, fellow Daoist. Bai Fei's expression didn't change as he said indifferently. He turned around and activated the jade tablet, walking into the quiet room. Xiaohua followed in, not knowing what Bai Fei wanted to say. Fellow Daoist, take a look at this first. Bai Fei raised his hand and took out a jade slip, handing it to Xiaohua and said. Xiaohua received the jade slip in confusion and released his divine sense to explore. However, Xiaohua merely took a look and frowned again. He looked at Bai Fei strangely and said, This is the spiritual root selection method that's been very popular recently, right? Why are you letting I see this? Hee, take a look at this again. Bai Fei didn't answer directly, instead, he took out another jade slip. Although Xiaohua already knew what this jade slip was, his expression couldn't help but greatly change again. He exclaimed, Fellow Daoist? This is the spiritual root cultivation method that can cultivate to the spirit severing stage? I remember, even the Dao Alliance only has golden core cultivation method. Where did you get this from? Hee, it's not just the spirit severing cultivation method. Bai Fei laughed coldly and said, currently, the Heavenly Alliance already has a complete nascent soul cultivation method, from chi refinement to tribulation transcendence. How is that possible? Xiaohua shook his head like a rattledrum and said, it is said that the Heavenly Alliance's Long Shensi can't modify the primordial soul cultivation method. How can the Dao Alliance's Alliance Master modify the Mahayana cultivation method? Moreover, if the Dao Alliance could modify it, why would they wait until now? Daoist Xiao, there is something you don't know. Bai Fei explained, there is a mysterious senior Zhang Xiaohua. Bai Fei told him the information that Xiao Yu found out and finally said, actually, before I found the sale pavilion in Tong Lake City, I already went to Tong Lake City's auction house. What? Xiaohua immediately interrupted Bai Fei and said anxiously, fellow Daoist Bai, you were at Tong Lake City's auction house that day? In that case, fellow Daoist Bai also has a complete nascent soul cultivation method? Of course. Bai Fei nodded without hesitation and said, if Daoist Xiao needs it, of course I need it. Xiaohua was also resolute and decisive. He waved his hand and took out 30 top-grade crystals and said, I will use these top-grade crystals to exchange for your 3 cultivation method jade slips. 30 top-grade crystals probably won't be enough. Bai Fei smiled and said, no matter what, you need at least 300. This. Xiaohua was a little hesitant. He then took out 20 top-grade crystals and said, I only have 50 top-grade crystals here. If you want to exchange, I can give them to you. If you don't want to exchange, I will go to other auction houses to find. What does fellow Daoist mean? Bai Fei narrowed his eyes and asked, could it be that fellow Daoist doesn't want to go to the lost place? Nonsense. Xiaohua said without thinking, I already have a cultivation method that I can cultivate. Why would I go to the lost place? I still want to keep my life to cultivate. At this point, Xiaohua suddenly seemed to have realized something. He looked at Bai Fei and said, that's right, fellow Daoist Bai. You already have a cultivation method that you can cultivate. Why would you still want to go to the lost place? Don't tell me it's because of that Miss Yi Yun. Miss Yi Yun is one of the reasons. Bai Fei didn't hide it and said, that day, I went to the sale pavilion first. However, I arrived at the auction house under some mysterious circumstances. Who knew? I actually met Senior Zhang selling a cultivation method in the auction house. After I got the cultivation method, I went to the sale pavilion. I just wanted to take a look and then leave. In the end, I met Sir and Yi Yun. Later, after I heard Bai Juanfeng's introduction, I had the idea of going to the lost place. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a month, vote for a recommendation, collect, reward, and thank you for all forms of support. Chapter 4963. Why? Xiaohua looked at Bai Fei and asked curiously, could it be that there are other benefits to going to the lost land? Fellow Daoist, please listen to my explanation. Bai Fei said confidently, I think that first, this nascent soul cultivation method is based on spiritual roots after all, and we cultivators may not be able to use it. Xiaohua's expression changed, and he nodded blankly, that's right, fellow Daoist Bai is right. Second. Bai Fei continued, you, me, and even Daoist Yuan Kong and other rogue cultivators, forget it, Daoist Yuan Kong has already explained this reason, so I won't repeat it again. In short, I'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. We're just insignificant nascent soul cultivators in the Heaven Alliance, but in the Lost Land, we'll become nascent soul cultivators. That seems reasonable. Xiaohua hesitated, but then he hurriedly said, since it's the Lost Land, the spiritual herbs inside are also rare, right? If we go, wouldn't we be inferior to the Heaven Alliance? I haven't been there, so I can't talk nonsense here. Bai Fei said, however, I think that since the Daoist sect has declined, spiritual herbs will definitely grow all over the mountains and plains, and no one will recognize them. Maybe there will even be spiritual herbs that are thousands of years old. Maybe. Xiaohua answered vaguely. Finally, Bai Fei said sincerely, regardless of whether you go or not, I'm prepared to go. And I believe that my decision won't be wrong. When I go to the Lost Land, I'll definitely be alone. Daoist Yuan Kong, Zhuang Chen, and Beauty Yu, I feel that they're not as reliable as you, so I need your help. What? You need my help? Hearing this, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and he pointed to his nose and asked. Yes, I do have the idea of borrowing your strength. Bai Fei said, and don't worry, I'll definitely give you enough benefits. I'm looking forward to what benefits you can give me, that will tempt I. Xiaohua laughed. Before you make a decision, before you swear a blood oath to pledge your loyalty to me, I can't easily reveal this benefit. Bai Fei said in all seriousness. However, fellow Daoist, don't worry. Regardless of whether you decide or not, I can hand these 3 jade slips over to you first. After saying that, Bai Fei took out 2 jade slips and handed them over to Xiaohua. Xiaohua reached out his hand and took a look. Then, he shook his head and said, I can't take these 3 jade slips. As he spoke, he returned the 3 jade slips to Bai Fei. Bai Fei smiled and asked, What do you mean, fellow Daoist? Nothing else. Xiaohua said with a smile, If I do not intend to go, then wouldn't I be able to find this cultivation technique jade slip anywhere? If I decide to go and arrive at the lost place, wouldn't this jade slip still belong to I? I have no reason to take this item now. Do I still have to consider whether to go or not? Fellow Daoist is right. Bai Fei laughed and was about to take back the jade slip. But at this time, Xiaohua probed again. Of course, if fellow Daoist Bai is willing to sell the nascent soul cultivation technique to I for the price of 10 top-grade crystals, I will also be very happy. Of course. Bai Fei did not hesitate to give a jade slip to Xiaohua and took 10 top-grade crystals from Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua happily received the jade slip and said with cupped hands, I will take my leave. After I consider it, I will tell fellow Daoist Bai. Okay, I will wait for the good news. Bai Fei stood up and said with a smile. After Xiaohua left the quiet room, Bai Fei opened the restriction and could not help but ask, Xiao Yu, what do you think of this Daoist master Xiao? This guy is very cunning. Xiao Yu's voice sounded, and he is also very cautious. He is obviously moved, but he still does not want to be controlled by you. I am not afraid of him being cunning, nor am I afraid of him not going after taking the cultivation technique. Bai Fei said with a smile, I understand the situation of a loose cultivator. In the Yilin continent, there are too few loose cultivators who can stand out. No matter how much he cultivates, it is not good for him to stand out. But when he reaches the Dawn Rain continent, it will be different. The moment he appears, he will be a strong cultivator. He will like that feeling. Moreover, when I give him enough benefits, how can he not bow his head? Master, don't think too much. Xiao Yu reminded, let's see if he goes or not first. He will go. He will definitely go. Bai Fei did not doubt his own vision and replied with certainty. Of course. Xiaohua, who returned to the quiet room, also threw the jade slip in his hand with interest and said with a smile, Why do you need to convince me? I will definitely go to the lost land. However, I did not expect that you would actually want to recruit me. Moreover, the cultivation technique you gave me is actually incomplete. You're too scheming, aren't you? When I reach the Dawn Rain continent, if I want to cultivate without a complete cultivation technique, won't I still have to rely on you? You are so sure that I will not find a complete cultivation technique in the Heaven Alliance? Forget it, let's not think about this. After Xiaohua laughed, he sat down cross-legged and thought to himself, I will take advantage of these few days to make up for the last primordial spirit cultivation technique. Bai Fei and Xiaohua each had their own plans. After the beautiful Beauty Yu entered the quiet room, she also stood in the middle of the empty quiet room and did not speak for a long time. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Beauty Yu's figure suddenly moved. Under her snow-white clothes, a thick black aura surged out with a whoosh. This black aura gradually enveloped her graceful body. Crack, crack, crack. A sound like an eggshell cracking sounded. In the black aura, the lines that attracted the attention of countless male cultivators broke and caved in. Then, a silver-white wolf darted out of the black aura. Damn it! The wolf sprang out, stretched lazily, and spoke the language of the 10,000 demon realm. This human body is really too burdensome. If it wasn't for the fact that I was worried that my true appearance would be seen through by the human cultivators, I wouldn't have bothered to make these disgusting things. Sigh, the humans in this heaven realm are really too powerful. Although I haven't seen many people as powerful as His Honor in these years, just these human cultivators almost saw through my disguise. If I meet their so-called Heaven Alliance Master or Dao Alliance Master, will they find out that I'm not a human at a glance? Could it be that their strength has reached the great saint realm of my 10,000 demon realm? His Honor often said that although the human race's physical body is weak, they are good at using external objects. Their cultivation speed is much faster than the demon race's. Could it be that there are more great sages of the human race in this Dao realm than in the 10,000 demon realm? Damn it, I'm scared just thinking about it. Why did I dare to enter the heaven realm that day? Speaking of this, the wolf cub rolled on the ground a few times without any posture, as if it was stretching its legs. After a while, it strolled to the front of the jade table and looked at the spirit fruit on it with disdain, whispering, "What kind of spirit fruit is this? It has no taste at all. I don't know why these humans like it so much." Sigh, His Honor, it's been a few hundred years. When will His Honor come and pick me up? However, speaking of this, the wolf cub trembled again and lay down on the futon, not daring to talk to itself anymore. Instead, it thought to itself, let's not rush and let His Honor come and pick me up. If I can't complete His Honor's task, even if His Honor comes, I won't dare to go back. Moreover, His Honor vaguely revealed that this little fox is very important. It seems that there are other great saints who want to capture her. However, it's strange. With His Honor's Snow Wolf King identity, why would he be afraid of other great saints? Could it be the two great saints of the Origin clan? If it's the two great saints of the Origin clan, why don't they do it? Why must the Wolf clan's great saint do it? Damn it, this is so unfair. If it wasn't for this task, how could I have been stranded in the 10,000 demon realm for hundreds of years? It's a pity that these hundreds of years have been wasted in the Dao celestial realm. The power of the stars and moon here is far inferior to that of the 10,000 demon realm. Moreover, under the rule of the humans, I dare not draw more power of the stars down. I remember that once I met a Mahayana cultivator. If it wasn't for my cleverness and the secret technique that His Honor bestowed upon me, I'm afraid I would have become his wolfskin vest. Could it be that this hateful little fox is really in the Lost Land? In these hundreds of years, I've traveled all over the Yi-Lin continent and used the Wolf Clan's secret technique countless times. However, I've never found any trace of her. It seems that I can only go there and take a look. But the problem was, how could she have fallen in that place? When His Honor and I caught up with her in the Origin Grotto Heaven, she had just entered the spatial tunnel. How could there be such a huge gap in just half a cup of tea's time? Besides, the Wuming Mountain Range's reputation is not for nothing. I don't know how the humans feel. I've just approached the depths of the mountain range and haven't seen any teleportation tunnel yet. The terrifying aura of the soul beasts in there is enough to make my heart jump out of my chest. How could I dare to take the risk? If it wasn't for this operation by the Immortal Alliance, I really wouldn't know what to do. Who cares? I'll just follow behind these humans and use the teleportation tunnel to pass through the Wuming Mountain Range. What does it have to do with me if they want to pass down their orthodoxies and cultivation techniques? I just need to find the little fox's trace. Thinking of this, the silver wolf suddenly turned over and stood up from the futon. He looked in the direction of the quiet room with a trace of doubt on his face. He thought to himself, the question is, are the human cultivators going to the abandoned land really only in the golden core and nascent soul stages? Why do I feel that the human cultivator called Daoist Master Xiao is a little strange? Although his strength is only at the middle stage of the nascent soul stage, he has a familiar demonic aura on his body. Although this aura is very faint, but with the Supreme One's secret technique and my demonic instincts, I can still recognize it. Could it be that this Daoist Master Xiao is also a demonic incarnation like me? But, if he is a demonic incarnation, why isn't he afraid of being seen through by the humans? Oh, I understand now. He might have a strong demonic bloodline and cultivated the secret technique of my demonic race according to this bloodline. Vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, give it as a reward, and... Chapter 49-64. Thunderbolt Immortal wanted to say more, but he looked outside and smiled. Your selection is finally here. Looks like the defeat you Immortal Alliance is serious. This place isn't simple, Xiaohua smiled and looked outside. No matter how simple it is, this selection is meaningless to you and me. I am just going through the motions to accompany them to the Wuming mountain range. I'm leaving. Thunderbolt Immortal patted his stomach. This Dao seed is quite interesting. I will slowly cultivate it. Thunderbolt Immortal flashed into the Xinhua continent. Outside Xiaohua's room, there was a fluctuation. Clearly, a disciple of the Defeat You Immortal Alliance came to call for him. Xiaohua got up and activated the command medallion to open the door of the quiet room. At this time, Bai Fei, Zhuangchen, and Beauty You had already come out. Only the door of Daoist Yuankong's quiet room hadn't been opened. The corner of Xiaohua's mouth slightly curled up into a smile. He understood that as the leader, coming out a bit late and making others wait was something that should be done. Has fellow Daoist made a decision? Bai Fei looked at Daoist Yuankong's room with disdain and asked Xiaohua. Xiaohua did not hesitate as if he had already made a decision. After seeing fellow Daoist's cultivation method, I have decided to go to the Lost Land. However, as for what blood oath or loyalty, I haven't thought about it yet. Let's wait until we reach the Lost Land. Hee, no problem. Bai Fei smiled. I'll wait for that day. At this time, with a whoosh, the door to Daoist Yuankong's room flashed and he walked out. I-oh. Seeing the four people waiting at the door, Daoist Yuankong's eyes revealed a smile. However, a trace of panic appeared on his face as he said, this old man was too engrossed in thinking about the selection and actually made everyone wait for so long. This is truly a sin, a sin. Bai Fei smiled and said, Senior has racked his brains for us to choose this place. We are the ones in the wrong for slacking off in the quiet room. This Bai thanks Senior here. That's right. Fellow Daoist Yuankong is truly diligent and responsible. This poor Daoist feels that choosing you to be our leader was truly the right choice. Xiaohua added fuel to the fire, smiling as he complimented. Zhuangchen blinked and said in an honest voice, Senior Yuankong has always been like this. Looking at Zhuangchen who cherished his words like gold, if not for Xiaohua's cultivation completely recovered, he would never have thought that Zhuangchen was actually possessed by a devil. Senior Yuankong, the cultivators in the quiet room have already left. Let's not delay. Beauty You reminded. That's right, let's go. Let's hurry. We don't want to fall behind and leave a bad impression on the special envoy. Jinren Yuankong nodded and waved his hand. By the time Daoist Yuankong brought Xiaohua and the others to the deck of the flying ship, all the cultivators had already gathered, filling the deck to the brim. Xiaohua and the others stood at the very back. Daoist Yuankong wanted to move closer, but since all the cultivators were standing still, he was too embarrassed to move. Xiaohua didn't look at the crowd. Instead, he looked outside the airship. At this time, the flying ship had already activated its defensive formation. Beyond the faint green light, there was a grayish-yellow sky. In the sky, there were hurricanes that blotted out the sun and the moon. Numerous fist-sized vortexes were like eyes in the sky, staring at the flying ship from afar. Where is this? Xiaohua was a little puzzled. Although he could see through the array with his naked eyes without using his spiritual force, he could also see that the area within a radius of a few miles was filled with whirlpools. However, he still did not know where he was in the Yilin continent. After saying that, Du Peng really saluted all around. At this moment, the cultivators on the flying boat could no longer stand still. Most of the cultivators recruited by Defeat You Immortal Alliance were Yuanian cultivators, and 30% of them were Jindan cultivators. Du Peng was a Fenshin cultivator, their senior. When had they ever seen a Fenshin cultivator salute them? The group of cultivators all hurriedly returned the salute. Senior is too polite. To be able to contribute to Defeat You Immortal Alliance, to be able to contribute to our Heaven Alliance, it is our duty and our fortune. Good. Du Peng stood up and looked around. After looking around, he sighed and said, with your sincerity, why would our Dao sect be afraid of the change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? You are the hope of our Heaven Alliance, and also the backbone of our Heaven Alliance. This old man is not as good as you." When the cultivators heard this, their backs straightened, as if they had eaten a spiritual pill. "Facing your imposing manner, this old man can't even say a single word that I had prepared long ago." Du Peng shouted again, "Because those words are nothing compared to your courage to move forward. They are just dust. This old man might as well be lazy and not say any polite words." Disciples. Yes. The group of Jindan cultivators and Foundation establishment cultivators guarding the flying ship responded in unison. "Present the thank you gift of Defeat You Immortal Alliance to the seniors." Du Peng waved his hand and said, "Also let them see the sincerity of our Defeat You Immortal Alliance. We can't let them work for our Defeat You Immortal Alliance and our Heaven Alliance empty-handed." Yes. The group of disciples responded, took the utensils, and flew to various places according to the arranged order. Every time they flew in front of a cultivator, they would take out a storage ring from the utensils and send it to the cultivator's eyes. Xiaohua and the others were the last, but the cultivators who had taken the storage rings earlier all cried out in surprise when they used their divine senses to take a look. "Ah? Hee hee." When the rest of the cultivators who had not taken the storage rings heard the exclamations, how could they not know that the things in the storage rings were abundant? Each of them revealed a smile. Their courage to take the lead had long disappeared, leaving behind only greed. By the time Xiaohua obtained the storage ring, all the cultivators on the flying ship had already probed the storage ring with their divine senses and were counting the things inside. Although Xiaohua didn't care, he couldn't help but be a little surprised when he probed the storage ring with his divine sense. The number of medicinal pills, crystal stones, and so on inside was indeed beyond his expectations. Hee, the aura of this Du Peng hidden in his body seems very familiar. I'm afraid he's the human who was possessed by that so-called demon general Lord Ji Peng. This guy hid extremely well, and it seems like he's actually the special envoy of Defeat You Immortal Alliance. He's doing much better than this demon general by my side. Xiaohua pretended to look at the storage rings and glanced at Zhuang Chen from the corner of his eyes, thinking curiously, I wonder what's the relationship between this demon general and Ji Peng. Why didn't he acknowledge Ji Peng? Could it be that his plans are different from Ji Peng's? Interesting. Could it be that the demon realm is similar to the human realm, with different powers? Or could it be that these demons left behind in the Yilin continent are not the subordinates of the same demon lord? If that's the case, this Xiao can't act rashly and alert the enemy. Let's wait and see what exactly they plan to do. Who knows, we might even be able to bait a great demon. After a while, seeing that everyone was satisfied with the storage rings, Du Peng opened his mouth and said, I'm sure that when everyone came here, you've already heard from my Immortal Alliance disciples that not all fellow Daoists can pass the selection and obtain the qualifications to enter the Lost Lands. This old man also made them promise to all of you that regardless of whether you pass or not, you will receive rewards from my Immortal Alliance. This storage ring is the fulfillment of this old man's promise to all of you. Many thanks, Lord Special Envoy. Everyone shouted excitedly. But then, Du Peng's tones suddenly changed, and a wave of cold air enveloped the entire flying boat. However, this old man will also say the ugly words first. Since my Defeat You Immortal Alliance has treated all of you generously, you can't let my Defeat You Immortal Alliance down. This old man doesn't wish for anyone to not put in effort during the selection and try to slack off, only wanting to take the storage rings and use the excuse of not being able to pass the selection to escape to the Lost Lands. As long as this old man discovers such a situation, I will definitely not ask a single word and will immediately kill them. There was no lack of cultivators who had such thoughts. At this moment, after hearing Du Peng's words, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Of course, deterrence was deterrence, there were definitely cultivators who did things their own way. It was up to Du Peng to find out what method he had. Du Peng raised his hand and pointed outside the flying boat, and said, Everyone, take a look, where is this? Many cultivators were like Xiaohua, looking outside as soon as they reached the deck, but other than the whirlpool, they couldn't see anything else. At this moment, hearing Du Peng's question, the entire place was silent for a moment, and no one answered. After half a cup of tea's time, a cultivator hesitantly replied, Senior, May I ask if this is the Heaven Wind Forbidden Area? Yes, this is the Heaven Wind Forbidden Area. As soon as this cultivator spoke, a dozen cultivators immediately woke up and exclaimed, other than the Heaven Wind Forbidden Area, where would my Lin continent have such a strange hurricane? Where would there be so many heaven wind whirlpools? Du Peng clapped his hands and said, not bad, not bad. I didn't expect that there would be such a knowledgeable person among you. After hearing this answer, I have some confidence in this selection. With that, Du Peng pointed to the side of the flying boat and said, in fact, this is not the real Heaven Wind Forbidden Area, but just a corner of the southeastern edge of the Forbidden Area. I believe that all of you know that the Heaven Wind Forbidden Area is not the Tao Integration Stage, Mahayana Stage, and Tribulation Stage seniors of the Heavenly Alliance, who can't enter at will. If we go 100 miles deeper, not to mention our physical bodies, even this flying boat will be torn apart by the heaven wind. P.S. Fellow cultivators who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, give it as a reward, and... Chapter 4965. If that's the case, I'll have to test him during the selection. Maybe there's a chance for us to work together. With the techniques of the demon realm, can't we bribe a human with the bloodline of the demon realm? Even if he's a real demon, the inheritance of the Snow Wolf King, won't he be tempted? While thinking, the silver wolf unconsciously grew a scarlet tongue and licked the side of its mouth. It looked quite thirsty. Silver Wolf Beauty Yu's neighbor was naturally the early nascent soul cultivator Zhuang Chen. This nascent soul cultivator who looked like a simple and honest farmer was sitting cross-legged behind a jade table, staring blankly at the spirit fruit in front of him. After a full meal, he suddenly raised his head and stretched out his arm. A familiar demonic sense came out from his arm and scanned the space. Then, the cultivator's head strangely turned around and his bones cracked. Boom! A faint demonic aura gushed out from all over Zhuang Chen's body. With this demonic aura, Zhuang Chen's human face began to slowly change. However, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. When his face became ferocious, he stopped and let out a long sigh. In this sigh, a faint demonic fire gushed out. Damn it, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. This human's body is too weak. Zhuang Chen's words were naturally in the language of the demon realm. It was very obscure. I've been possessing this body for too long. It's too tiring. What the hell is Ji Peng doing? Why did he limit it to a human nascent soul cultivator? Is he afraid that I'll see through his tricks? If I possessed a human's avatar, I wouldn't have to work so hard. After Zhuang Chen finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. After another hour, he retracted the demonic aura and returned to his human form. He sat cross-legged behind the jade table and took a few bites of the spirit fruit. Tui! Zhuang Chen spat out the spirit fruit in his mouth and shouted, damn it, it's disgusting. After saying that, Zhuang Chen jumped up and looked in a direction. Ji Peng, I'm not done with you. The 4 regions of the Devil Realm have already discussed that no one is allowed to touch the Lost Lands. But you, relying on the fact that you're close to the Lost Land, you secretly stretched your tentacles there. What are you trying to do? Right now, the war between the demon realm and the human race is still far away. Could it be that you want to leave behind the demon fire in the Lost Land for the Northern Jian Demon region? If your Northern Jian Demon region makes a move, what about my Southern Jian Demon region? My Lord Demon King told me to bring the demon soldiers over to take a look. He wants me to take advantage of the chaos to attack. Aren't you making things difficult for me? After scolding, Zhuang Chen sat down angrily. After thinking for a while, he said to himself, that's not right. I've already received the news, so why aren't there any movements from East Reed Devil region and West/Devil region? Could it be that they did not care about the Lost Land? Or had they already infiltrated the envoy's flying boat? I remember that a long time ago, there was a demon general in the West-slaying demon region who leaked a piece of news. They seemed to have found the remains of a demon lord who had fallen in the Lin continent. They were preparing to find this remains. Could it be that they have already started to move? That's why they don't care about the Lost Lands? You want to revive the demon sovereign? Humph, the demons in the West-slaying demon region are really indulging in wild fantasies. On the Yilin continent, there are as many human cultivators in the Dao Alliance and Heaven Alliance as there are stars in the sky. Even if the demon lord is revived, wouldn't he still be killed by the human race? Why don't we let my lord demon king? When Zhuangchen thought of this, he suddenly laughed. Damn it, they don't want to revive the demon lord. They're just afraid that the demons in the 3 demon regions will devour their demon lord. They're preparing to hide the remains of the demon lord. They're thinking too much. That's the body of a demon lord we're talking about. Of all the demons we've left behind in the Yilin continent, the strongest is only a demon king. Using the power of a demon king to devour a demon lord, they're really tired of living. Unless a demon emperor comes, then there's no way they can devour it. Of course, if it's the original body of the demon lord. Damn it, that's right, what is the original body of the demon lord? If it's the same as me, wouldn't I be able to reach the heavens in a single step? No, I must use this chance to find out. Even if I can't devour it completely, getting a piece of it is still a great opportunity. Those demon bastards from the Eastern Ting demon region must have joined forces with the demons from the Western Slaying demon region. One of them was the demon race's Silver Wolf, who received orders from the great sage Snow Wolf King to go to the Dawn Rain continent to find the little fox. The other was the demon race's demon general, who received orders from the demon world's demon king to go to the Dawn Rain continent to find out the layout of the northern Jian demon region. The two of them had very different goals from the Dao sect's purpose in going to the Lost Lands. Their performance was the most normal, thinking and scheming. But compared to the demon race's Silver Wolf and the demon race's Zhuangchen, Jinren Yuan Kong, who should be going to the Lost Lands, seemed to be the most abnormal. He sat cross-legged behind the jade table, leisurely shaking his head. Sometimes he waved his hand and picked up a spirit fruit, sometimes he waved his hand and a cup of spirit wine fell into his hand. He raised his head and drank it all in one gulp. His mouth even sang a strange little song. It seemed that he was temporarily the leader of the 5 people, and was quite satisfied. I really don't know, if one day he knew that his subordinates were actually human great sages, would he still be able to sit on the fishing platform like this? There was no need to talk about the other meditation rooms in detail. During the past 3 days, quite a number of cultivators had come over. No one knew what kind of story each cultivator had behind their backs. However, time didn't care about this, it always flowed forward like water. In the early morning of the 3rd day, there was a sound of a bugle horn, followed by a roar that soared into the sky. The heaven and earth spirit Qi in the vicinity of 100 miles around the flying boat turned into a hurricane and rushed into the flying boat. Layers of clouds overflowed from the body of the flying boat, and rays of multicolored light flashed like water. Whoosh! The huge flying boat first trembled slowly, and a moment later, it turned into a huge light shadow in the air and rushed into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Oh! Already set off? Xiao Hua was recording the cultivation method when his eyes suddenly opened. Although there was no movement in the quiet room, the activation of the flying boat still caused Xiao Hua to feel something. I have to speed up. Xiao Hua only opened his eyes for a moment before closing them immediately. He thought to himself, after this selection, I will immediately head to the Wumeng mountain range. I have to leave the cultivation method to the Heaven Alliance before I reach the Wumeng mountain range. Xiao Hua still underestimated the size of the Yilin continent. The flying boat actually took several months. Not only did Xiao Hua finish modifying the primordial spirit integration cultivation method, he also worked together with the Thunderbolt Immortal to deduce the nascent soul cultivation method and primordial spirit cultivation method from beginning to end, correcting some small flaws in it. After doing all this, the Thunderbolt Immortal threw the 2 cultivation methods to the Xinhua continent's fortune gate and asked the disciples to copy the cultivation method into a jade slip. He then followed Xiao Hua into the quiet room and sat cross-legged in front of Xiao Hua. I heard that the Yilin continent is the most prosperous world of our Dao sect. Not only does it have the Heaven Alliance and the Dao Alliance, but it also has the cultivation method of the 9 transformations golden core. I am very curious. The Dao sovereign and the Dao ancestor are related to the nascent soul cultivation method and primordial spirit cultivation method respectively. Then, which Dao senior is related to the Dao Sex 9 transformations golden core? Do you want to take a look? Xiaohua said with a smile that was not a smile. I am indeed curious. I want to see how the 9 transformations golden core is cultivated. The Thunderbolt Immortal nodded. But I am afraid of delaying your important matters. After all, the 3 continents are in an abyss of suffering, and we have already reached the final step. There is no reason for us to cause any trouble. You are right, fellow Daoist. Xiaohua said with a bitter smile. I also think the same. I don't want to cause any more trouble. I just want to find a way to pass through the Wuming mountain range. Otherwise, why would I follow some nascent soul cultivator of the Yilan Immortal Alliance to gain experience? Moreover, why would I be in cahoots with the demon race and the demon race? At this point, Xiaohua said again, although I have never seen the cultivation method of the 9 transformations golden core, I have already deduced the cultivation method of the primordial spirit with fellow Daoist. In your opinion, what is the difference between the cultivation method of the primordial spirit of the Taoist sect and the 5 Qis unifications of the Confucian cultivators? To tell you the truth, fellow Daoist. The Thunderbolt Immortal said seriously, although I am not as proficient as fellow Daoist, I have also increased my knowledge of the Confucian cultivators. In I's opinion, not only are the names of the realms similar, but the cultivation methods are also inextricably linked. If the 5 Qis unifications is not referring to the cultivation method of the primordial spirit, then the primordial spirit cultivation method is referring to the 5 Qis unifications of the primordial spirit. Fellow Daoist, you are still lacking in confidence. Xiaohua said with a smile. In fact, you already know in your heart that the disappeared sage was obviously a doppelganger of the Taoist ancestor. The reason why the Taoist ancestor used his doppelganger to become a Confucian cultivator was to explore the mystery of the 5 Qis unifications of the primordial spirit. On the surface, that is indeed the case. The Thunderbolt Immortal did not hide his thoughts and replied, but I always feel that it is not so simple. Moreover, the cultivation methods have a long history. Learning from each other and adapting to the heaven and earth is the way of the king. Now that you and I have modified the primordial spirit and nascent soul cultivation methods, thousands of years later, this Yilan continent will definitely be dominated by this cultivation method. But who can deny that the cultivation method that we modified before is not an authentic cultivation method? Fellow Daoist is right. Xiaohua nodded his head in satisfaction. That's right, the ancient times, the Taoist ancestor and the Taoist ancestor, the nascent soul cultivation methods and primordial spirit cultivation methods have all been buried in the dust of time. It is really too difficult to find the truth. And that golden core 9 revolutions cultivation method, if I am not wrong, it should be somewhat similar to the Buddhist sect's 9 revolutions golden body, right? Fellow Daoists, none of you cultivate the 9 revolutions golden body, so I am afraid that fellow Daoist does not need to look at it. If you have this time, fellow Daoist might as well comprehend the 5 Qis unifications of the primordial spirit. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a monthly vote for a recommendation vote, bookmark, reward. Chapter 4966. Now that I've said this, I'm sure many of you will have second thoughts. It's just a selection of cultivators with special divine powers and physiques. Is there a need to make such a big fuss? Du Peng wanted to wait for someone to ask, but when the nascent soul cultivators heard that it was the Tianfeng forbidden area and that they were facing a spirit-severing stage senior, no one dared to say anything. Therefore, Du Peng had to continue explaining. Let me break it down for you. The reason is very simple. Firstly, only those with special physiques and special divine powers can pass through the teleportation tunnel in the Wuming mountain range. As for what these special physiques and special divine powers are, I don't know. I only know that the 5 elements escape technique cannot be used in the Wuming mountain range. Here, the Tianfeng forbidden area is raging and the 5 elements escape technique is also restricted. Therefore, if you can pass the test in the Tianfeng forbidden area, you will have a better chance of passing through the teleportation tunnel in the Wuming mountain range. As for the second reason, it's even simpler. I've received news that there is a huge maze at the edge of the Tianfeng Forbidden Area. After I've personally investigated the maze and checked the ancient records of the Immortal Alliance, I've confirmed that this is the cave residence of Yang Feng, a famous cultivator from the Yilan continent 100,000 years ago. I'm sure you don't know who Yang Feng is, but if I mention the Wind Serene Wheel, I'm sure you know that it's one of the most powerful flying spiritual weapons in the Heavenly Alliance. Before the cultivators could ask more questions, Du Peng continued to explain. But let me tell you, according to the records of the Immortal Alliance, the Wind Serene Wheel is not a real Taoist spiritual weapon, but a genuine soul cultivator spiritual weapon. It's just that the Wind Serene Wheel has been refined by Yang Feng using a secret Taoist technique and can be activated by magic power. Now, the Wind Serene Wheel is in the underground maze. As long as you get the Wind Serene Wheel, you will be qualified to go to the lost place. Not only can you pass through the teleportation tunnel and the Wuming mountain range with this spiritual weapon, but the Wind Serene Wheel will also be yours in the future. Boom. After Du Peng finished speaking, the cultivators looked at Du Peng in disbelief. Then, they could not help but feel excited and whispered to each other. For a moment, the flying boat was in a mess. However, Du Peng didn't care. Instead, he watched with a smile. Wasn't this the effect he wanted? Senior. Finally, someone plucked up his courage and asked loudly, Junior has a question, but I don't know if I should ask. Feel free to speak. Du Peng nodded. There's only one spirit tool, and I'm afraid there are 400 or 500 of us. Could it be that only one fellow Daoist can go to the Lost Land? There was no need for Du Peng to answer, as a cultivator laughed out loud and said, Fellow Daoist, you're wrong. You've probably never heard of the Netherwind Wheel, right? The cultivator was a little embarrassed and forced a smile. I really don't know. Please enlighten me, fellow Daoist. Hee, actually, it's not strange that you don't know. Du Peng smiled faintly. Although patron Yang Feng is extremely famous, many people also know about the Wind Underworld Wheel. However, the true secret of his spiritual weapon is not something that ordinary people know. Yes, Senior Du is right. The cultivator who spoke later said with a smile, as the saying goes, a numinous treasure has 10,000 shadows. Every shadow of a numinous treasure has the power of a numinous treasure's attack. Although the Netherwind Wheel is not a numinous treasure, it's still a numinous treasure refined by Senior Yang Feng. There's always 1,000 shadows. It's said that Senior Yang Feng used his great power to peel off every shadow from the numinous treasure. He then refined these shadows and gave them to his 999 elite disciples. These 999 disciples are the famous Netherwind Battle Squad of the Heavenly Alliance. Netherwind Battle Squad? The other cultivators were puzzled when they heard this. It seemed that they had never heard of this name. Senior Du, about the Netherwind Battle Squad, it's better for you to explain. The nascent soul cultivator did not dare to steal Du Peng's limelight and hurriedly replied, This matter seems to involve the secret of the Heavenly Alliance. I only heard about it and dare not speak recklessly. Du Peng smiled and said, Actually, this is also a matter that has been covered in dust for a long time. Perhaps I don't dare to say it now, but in the future, there will be a day when it will be revealed in broad daylight. Today, there's no need for us to talk about our ancestors. We don't dare to say what happened to the Netherwind Battle Squad. We only need to know that the world-famous Netherwind Battle Squad was almost completely wiped out because of a certain matter. However, because the battle team's Netherwind wheels were real Netherwind Wheel phantoms, Senior Yang Feng once again used his ability to retrieve the 1,000 phantoms in his heart. However, in order to commemorate the 999 warriors who died unjustly, he sealed these broken shadows in his cave residence. It is also the place that you are searching for today. Your goal is to find these shattered Wind Underworld Wheel phantoms. The fellow Daoist who obtains them will pass the selection. When we obtain the lost place, the Defeat Immortal Alliance will give more rewards to the successful cultivator. Moreover, I can guarantee that the lost place is not what you think it is, nor is it spread by the Heavenly Alliance. If you go there, you should be able to establish your own sect. Your future cultivation path will definitely be 100 times brighter than in the Heavenly Alliance. After explaining the purpose of the selection, Du Peng then mentioned some things to pay attention to. Then, he looked around and said loudly, "Fellow cultivators, the selection starts now. The time limit is 30 days. Those who can obtain the fragments of the Netherwind will shadow and return to the flying boat will be counted." After that, Du Peng raised his hand and said, "Disciples, listen to my command, yes." The disciples of the Defeat Immortal Alliance at the edge of the flying boat all agreed in unison. Activate the defensive array. With Du Peng's order, all the disciples channeled their spiritual power. A circle of light and shadow emerged from the edge of the flying boat and fell on the defensive array like a big hand. Rip. After a burst of noise, the array was torn apart with a gap of several meters in size. This gap was formed. Woo-woo. The heavenly wind immediately rushed in crazily, making a whimpering sound like ghosts crying and wolves howling. Waves of fluctuations crashed into the Naiwan palace of all the cultivators like a whirlwind. Bursts of light and shadow emerged from the surface of these cultivators' bodies. It was the cultivators who channeled their spiritual power to resist the whistling sound of the wind. This old man is going. When the nascent soul cultivator who was explaining the wind underworld saw that the heavenly wind was rampant, he made a prompt decision and roared. He opened his mouth and spat out a fist-sized pearl, which landed right on top of his head. When the pearl's brilliance protected him, the cultivator urged his body to rush into the hurricane. Since someone took the lead, the other cultivators also began to use their magic treasures to rush out of the flying boat. Daoist Master Yuankong waited for a moment and said in a low voice, "Quickly, we don't need to be brave, but we can't fall behind. This is the right time, follow me out, okay?" Bai Fei opened his mouth, and a small umbrella-like magic tool flew out, protecting his body. Xiao Hua was already prepared, and similarly, an ordinary pearl flew out, and a misty halo descended, also protecting his body. Immediately, the 5 of them rushed out of the flying boat almost at the same time. Hee. Seeing all the nascent soul cultivators fly out of the flying boat, the corner of Du Peng's mouth rose, revealing a meaningful smile. Xiao Hua flew into the air. The hurricane that seemed like countless large hands began to show off their might near him. The pearl's halo was almost torn out of shape. When he looked at Daoist Master Yuankong and the others, they were all similar. Not good. Bai Fei was the first to shout, "This heavenly wind forbidden land really lives up to its name. The heavenly wind here is the power of heaven and earth. It's not something nascent soul cultivators like us can resist. Let's quickly find the entrance to the ancient bewildering formation." Daoist Master Yuankong faintly smiled and pointed at the undulating hills on the ground, as well as the bare rocks near the hills. "The sky is filled with hurricane vortexes. How could it be the entrance to the bewildering formation? In my opinion, the bewildering formation must be under the hills. There's no harm in us going to take a look." Zhuangchen also nodded, "That's right." Beauty Yu frowned, "I don't think the bewildering formation is definitely underground. However, seeing that the other cultivators have all fled underground and that the hills can also shelter us from the wind, there's no harm in us taking a look first. Let's go." Daoist Master Yuankong shouted and rushed into the hills on his sword. Xiao Hua also didn't say anything. Seeing that everyone had fled underground, he also flew down. Unfortunately, when everyone fled underground, they found out that the ground wasn't much better than the sky. Ordinary ground could even block the wind in midair. However, this place was different from other places. The wind treated the ground as nothing and easily passed through the hills and rocks, rushing into the depths of the earth. Under the ground, within the soil, not only was there no vegetation, there wasn't even a large piece of rock. Damn it. Daoist Master Yuankong had only rushed into the ground for a moment, but the sword light around his body had already become thin. He cursed in a low voice and hurriedly released his divine sense to search the surroundings. However, his divine sense had only been released for a few meters when a tearing pain came from his divine sense. He hurriedly withdrew his divine sense and called out, "Fellow Daoists, don't release your divine sense. This wind is too strong, Daoist Master Yuan Kong's reminder was very timely. Bai Fei and the others were also about to release their divine sense. At this moment, they hurriedly withdrew their divine sense and looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do. In such an underground place, in such a strong wind, nascent soul cultivators without divine sense were practically blind. How were they supposed to find the bewildering formation? Xiaohua had already released a trace of his divine sense. His divine sense was strong enough to contend against the wind at the edge of the heaven-wind-forbidden land. However, when he saw that the wolf race and demon race were traveling with him, he was too lazy to do anything and only stood to the side with a calm expression. Daoist Master Yuan Kong looked left and right, then pointed at a place and said, "Fellow Daoists, let's go there." Just now, this old man saw many cultivators forming groups and going there. There must be something strange. We will listen to Senior's instructions. Bai Fei didn't hesitate at all and followed Daoist Master Yuan Kong to that place. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please come to Qidian to support it, give a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a gift, and Chapter 4967. However, in the time it took to finish a meal, they encountered a dozen or so nascent soul cultivators and several gold core cultivators. These people's faces were all pale, as if they'd seen ghosts. They didn't say anything at all, and when they passed by Xiaohua and the others, besides panic in their eyes, there was even more schadenfreude. Daoist Yuan Kong naturally understood the expressions in these cultivators' eyes. He unconsciously stopped and hesitated for a moment. At this time, several nascent soul cultivators flew over from the left. They glanced at Daoist Yuan Kong and nodded slightly to show their respect. Then, they once again passed by him and flew to his right. "We'll go over there." As if he felt the goodwill in these cultivators' eyes, Daoist Yuan Kong ordered, "Follow behind them." Daoist Yuan Kong's idea was correct, but he had misjudged the strength of others. In the time it took to finish a meal, the figures in front of them had already disappeared and the 5 of them had once again fallen into darkness. Of course, if it was only darkness, these nascent soul cultivators wouldn't be afraid. What was frightening was that, the strength of the hurricanes was even stronger. Each of the whirlpools was filled with powerful earth attribute energy and formed a force sharper than the flying swords. They crazily attacked everyone's defenses. Even someone as strong as Bai Fei had a trace of fear on his face. How could Bai Fei still dare to listen to Daoist Yuan Kong? He looked left and right and opened his mouth. 4 green flying swords flew out like silk. When he saw the trajectory and strength of the 4 flying swords, he hastily pointed in a direction and said, "Let's go." Xiaohua flew up without hesitation. That beauty you also hesitated for a moment before waving at Daoist Yuan Kong and hurriedly following. She didn't want to expose her true identity as a monster here. Daoist Yuan Kong helplessly glanced at Zhuangchen. Zhuangchen didn't move and stayed by Daoist Yuan Kong's side. "We'll also go." Daoist Yuan Kong stopped and felt somewhat gratified. He waved at Zhuangchen and indicated for them to fly together. Bai Fei followed the flying swords for a moment. Then, the flying swords landed in a strange place. This place was a place where several hurricanes intersected. According to common sense, it should have been a huge whirlpool. However, the heaven and earth spiritual energy here was somewhat thin. The hurricanes weakened here and the whirlpool didn't form. Instead, it formed a space of several tens of zhang in size where the winds were balanced. Bai Fei landed in the space, and the light around his body shone brightly. Clearly, there was no heavenly wind rushing in. Xiaohua and Beauty Yu followed behind, looking relieved. When Zhuangchen and Daoist Empyrean flew in, Daoist Empyrean's expression was clearly rather unnatural. Bai Fei didn't pay any attention to this. Instead, he opened his mouth again and several flying swords flew out. Unfortunately, after a while, he put them away again and looked at Daoist Master Yuan Kong with a bitter smile. "Senior Yuan Kong, this is all I can do. I'm afraid I won't be able to do anything more. From now on, I'll have to rely on you." "All right, please wait a moment, fellow Daoist Bai." Daoist Master Yuan Kong's spirit shook. He nodded and said, "Let this old man think about it carefully before using the secret technique. Don't worry, we will protect you." Bai Fei smiled and stood in one direction. "I'll protect you, senior." Zhuangchen also said honestly and stood in another direction. When Xiaohua and Beauty Yu stood in another direction to protect him, Daoist Master Yuankong narrowed his eyes and looked at the distant darkness. Gritting his teeth, he sat down cross-legged and formed hand seals. As the hand seals formed, rays of light came out from Daoist Master Yuankong's body and rushed into the darkness. As the hand seals were activated, the originally balanced hurricane began to intertwine, and wind blades began to form. After a while, Daoist Master Yuankong raised his hand and slapped the top of his head. Hong! A yuaning flew out. Just as the yuaning flew out, the wind blades were already close to its body. Daoist Master Yuankong's yuaning wasn't solid to begin with, so when the wind blades blew past, the surface of his yuaning was already starting to crumble. However, Daoist Master Yuankong didn't care and opened his mouth again. Pooh! A mouthful of blood essence was spat out. His originally old face became even older and drier. Damn it! Although Xiaohua wasn't familiar with Daoist Master Yuankong and didn't like his way of fighting for power, seeing Daoist Master Yuankong desperately use his secret technique, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel angry. Xiaohua already understood Bai Fei's intentions. Fellow Daoist Master Yuankong. Xiaohua hurriedly reminded, "You should rest for a while first. We still have some techniques that we haven't used yet." Unfortunately, Xiaohua still didn't understand Daoist Master Yuankong's thoughts. Daoist Master Yuankong coldly glanced at Xiaohua and said, "Daoist Xiao, don't be anxious. Once this old man's secret technique fails, I'll naturally give you a chance." "Huh, forget it. Do as you wish." Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Since Daoist Master Yuankong was determined to be fooled, Xiaohua couldn't just drag him down. However, Xiaohua was still a bit surprised. This was because Daoist Master Yuankong was only a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, but after releasing his nascent soul, his body was still under the control of his nascent soul. When the essence blood fell into the air, Daoist Master Yuankong's hands actually formed a hand seal and a mysterious light came out from his hand seal and fell into the essence blood. A moment later, the essence blood turned into a blood symbol. Woo! At this time, the already injured nascent soul suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a light that covered the blood symbol. The blood symbol let out a strange sound. At the same time, the nascent soul also formed a hand seal and pointed at the blood symbol. So, the blood symbol made a sharp sound and flew towards the nascent soul's forehead. Pooh! When the blood symbol landed on the nascent soul's forehead, it immediately turned into an oval-shaped blood symbol and merged into the nascent soul's forehead. Following that, a layer of blood color spread from the nascent soul's forehead to the rest of its body. Oh! When Bai Fei saw that Daoist Master Yuankong was so desperate to show off, he felt a bit of disdain. However, when he saw that Daoist Master Yuankong had such a secret technique, he couldn't help but be startled. When the blood color covered the nascent soul, its eyes flashed red and it opened its mouth again. Pooh! A blood-colored flying sword flew out. The nascent soul's voice was very tired as it shouted, "Go!" The nascent soul's voice was very tired. The flying sword flew into the air and into the tornado. Then with a schwa, like a flower blooming, hundreds of small swords appeared from the sword and flew off in all directions. Phew! Daoist Master Yuankong's nascent soul let out a long breath. It was a lot weaker than before as it slowly fell back into Daoist Master Yuankong's body. Daoist Master Yuankong slowly stood up. His face was filled with wrinkles, and it looked like he had aged a lot. However, this mid-stage nascent soul cultivator's eyes were filled with confidence as he said, "Fellow cultivators, don't worry. In less than half a cigarette, there will be news. And I believe that fellow Daoist's secret technique will definitely work." Although Xiaohua didn't like Daoist Master Yuankong's pursuit of power, he couldn't bear to see Daoist Master Yuankong's lifespan fade away like this. Bai Fei misunderstood Xiao Hua and thought that he was trying to kill him, so he smiled and flattered. Indeed, fellow Daoist's secret technique is the first I've seen in my life. How could it not work? I'll wait for the good news. Zhuangqin continued to pretend to be simple and honest. Beauty, you naturally didn't forget to praise him. For a moment, Daoist Master Yuankong's tail was raised a bit. Sure enough, in the time it took to smoke a cigarette, a slender sword light returned from under everyone's feet. At this time, the blood-colored sword light had already disappeared and the flying sword was covered in wounds. Daoist Master Yuankong painfully put away the flying sword and pointed below. Fellow Daoists, the maze formation is below. Let us continue. We'll have to trouble fellow Daoist. Bai Fei didn't forget to flatter Daoist Master Yuankong and said, if it weren't for fellow Daoist's secret technique, I'm afraid we wouldn't even be able to touch the entrance to the maze formation. How could we talk about obtaining the Netherwind Wheel? Daoist Master Yuankong's wrinkled face revealed a smile. He was somewhat glowing and said with a smile, of course. Since fellow Daoists are willing to follow this old man, how could this old man disappoint you? With that said, Daoist Master Yuankong took the lead and rushed underground. Although the heavenly wind seemed to have lessened the deeper they went, it was possible that the heavenly wind that blew here was even more bitingly cold. What was special was that a huge buoyancy force that was different from the usual underground was born from the darkness to the left, trying to push everyone out. The more Daoist Master Yuankong flew, the more apprehensive he became. The excitement on his face from discovering the entrance to the maze formation gradually dissipated. He was afraid that his secret technique wouldn't be able to find the entrance. Moreover, his gaze would occasionally look around. The cold wind blowing nearby caused his heart to turn cold. This was because there weren't any other cultivators flying around. It was far less lively than before. When everyone's flying speed had clearly slowed down, as if they were walking in a swamp, Daoist Master Yuankong gradually lost confidence in his secret technique. Senior Yuankong. Beauty Yu's slightly hoarse voice sounded, where is the entrance to the maze formation? If we continue flying, I'm afraid my magic power won't be enough. If the entrance to the maze formation is somewhere we can't reach, then how can those Golden Core disciples enter? This so-called selection is meaningless, right? Cough cough. Daoist Master Yuankong coughed a few times and squeezed out a smile on his face. Everyone, don't be anxious. The entrance should be nearby. There's no harm in us looking for it again. Xiao Hua had already seen strange fluctuations not far below. Moreover, there were many scattered fluctuations. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the entrance to the maze formation. At this time, when he heard Daoist Master Yuankong speak, he immediately took advantage of the situation and said, fellow Daoist Master Yuankong is right. It should be like this. Since he used his secret technique, it should be nearby. Let's look around. Moreover, I feel that there might not be only one entrance to the maze formation. If we're lucky, Golden Core cultivators might find other entrances in other places. It's easy for them to enter, but there might be more dangers inside. Since we've spent so much effort to find this entrance, the dangers inside might be less. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support it, vote a monthly vote, vote a recommendation vote, collect a gift, and thank you for all forms of support. Chapter 4968. That's right, that's right. Fellow Daoist Xiao is right. Daoist Yuankong hurriedly replied and looked at Xiao Hua with gratitude. Bai Fei looked around and said, let's split up and search. If possible, it's best if we release our divine sense. When Xiao Hua heard this, he immediately headed in a direction that wasn't the entrance. Although Bai Fei was displeased that Xiao Hua had helped Daoist Yuankong out of his predicament, seeing that Xiao Hua had obeyed his orders, he didn't say anything and headed in another direction. Coincidentally, Daoist Yuankong was heading in the direction of the bewildering formation's entrance. A moment later, Daoist Yuankong's excited voice reached Xiao Hua's ears. Fellow Daoist Xiao, quick, quick. This is the entrance to the bewildering formation. Sigh. Xiao Hua didn't want Daoist Yuankong to find the entrance to the bewildering formation. He bitterly smiled and sighed in his heart. This pitiful little Yuanying, his tail is sticking up again. He'll definitely try to show off after entering the bewildering formation. With the change in the world's spiritual energy, everyone is trying to protect themselves and avoid using magic energy. But this one, for the sake of power and respect, he's willing to sacrifice himself. All right. Xiaohua hurriedly transmitted and reminded, Daoist Yuankong, you used too much magic energy to activate the secret technique. Entering the bewildering formation, and this old man knows. Many thanks for the reminder. Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish, Daoist Yuankong interrupted him and transmitted his voice. He didn't even need to address him as fellow Daoist Xiao. Xiaohua shrugged and turned around. He was already at his wits' end against Daoist Yuankong, who was courting death. The entrance to the bewildering formation was less than 10 feet away from Daoist Yuankong. It was the limit of an early Yuanying cultivator's range. Moreover, the entrance was only the size of a fist. In the darkness, there wasn't any light leaking out. There was only a faint ripple that formed a circle, like smoke coming out from a chimney. Daoist Yuankong. Xiaohua asked knowingly. This is the entrance to the bewildering formation? How come it's only the size of a fist? How do we enter? Hee. Daoist Yuankong looked at Bai Fei and the others approaching and said, fellow Daoist doesn't know the earth shrinking technique? Haven't you seen the so close, yet worlds apart technique? Xiaohua was a bit angry. He nodded his head. That's right, I don't know. Please guide me, fellow Daoist. Bai Fei had already flown over. He glanced at the fist-sized ripple and asked, Daoist Yuankong, this seems to be the entrance to the maze formation, but can you guarantee that the restriction at the entrance is so close, yet worlds apart? Daoist Master Yuankong smiled and said, I just used a secret technique and lost a lot of my essence, so I haven't released my spiritual sense yet. However, if it weren't for my Taoism's so close, yet worlds apart technique, how could we enter this fist-sized entrance? Not necessarily. Bai Fei said with a smile, didn't Lord Du Peng say it before? Passing through the teleportation tunnel requires a special ability. Perhaps this entrance is a test that requires us to cast a spell similar to the shrinking spell. No way. Beauty Yu flew over and was a little dumbfounded when she heard Bai Fei's words. She said anxiously, I don't know any shrinking techniques. Senior Yuankong, quickly take a look. What kind of restriction is this? Don't spend so much effort only to find the entrance to the formation. Daoist Master Yuankong sighed in his heart and glanced at Zhuangchen, who landed last. Zhuangchen only stared at the entrance of the formation and didn't care about Daoist Master Yuankong's gaze. All right. Daoist Master Yuankong helplessly agreed and released his spiritual sense. The heavenly wind was like a blade and the ripple of the formation was like a millstone. Wherever the spiritual sense landed, the edges were all cut off. Waves of sharp pain traveled into Daoist Master Yuankong's mind. Daoist Master Yuankong clenched his teeth and held on. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he retracted his spiritual sense and said with a hoarse voice, everyone, you're right. This is the entrance to the formation. The entrance is covered by the so close, yet worlds apart restriction. Amazing. Bai Fei didn't hesitate to raise his right hand. He raised his thumb high and shouted, Daoist Master Yuankong is indeed an expert. You're even able to see through the mysteries of so close, yet worlds apart. This Bai is truly impressed. Beauty Yu also smiled. This concubine is very fortunate to be able to participate in the selection with Senior Yuankong. Although we haven't entered the formation yet, this concubine already knows that the 5 of us will pass the selection. Daoist Master Yuankong couldn't close his mouth, but he was also overjoyed inside. However, he feigned indifference on the surface and waved his hand, that's nothing, it's just a small trick. You'll know later, this old man knows many secret techniques, yes. In the future, we'll have to ask Senior to teach us. Beauty Yu said with a smile. She then looked at the entrance of the formation and said, right now, all we have to do is to enter the formation? How can it be that simple? Daoist Master Yuankong smiled. There's a blocking formation hidden that's so close, yet worlds apart. Moreover, once we enter the formation, our bodies will shrink and our magic power will be limited. If the blocking formation is powerful, it won't be easy to pass. Bai Fei's face trembled and he requested, Daoist Yuankong, if that's the case, why don't this Bai test it out first? After all, you've already used a secret technique and your essence is damaged. Daoist Master Yuankong was originally overjoyed when he saw Bai Fei preparing to go first. He was just about to agree when he saw the smile on Bai Fei's face. Daoist Master Yuankong was suddenly shocked and thought to himself, could it be that this Bai Fei wants to steal this old man's credit? After pondering for a moment, Daoist Master Yuankong circulated his magic power to check his body and nascent soul. He said, Daoist Bai, your spirit is commendable. Moreover, this old man is very pleased that all of you are courageously fighting to be the first. However, this old man is very familiar with so close, yet worlds apart. Ah! Not only was Xiao Hua surprised, but even Bai Fei, Beauty Yu, and Zhuang Chen were surprised. Bai Fei didn't expect Daoist Master Yuankong's desire to fight for fame and fortune was so strong. He smiled and said, if that's the case, then Daoist fellow, please go first. Wait and see what kind of restriction attacks this old man will encounter after entering the formation. Then, we can make some preparations. Daoist Master Yuankong looked around and reminded everyone. Then, his body moved and he fell towards the entrance of the maze formation. Xiao Hua was speechless. Among the 5 cultivators, Daoist Master Yuankong's strength was likely the weakest. However, for the sake of his face, his pride swelled. Blindly rushing in front of everyone was extremely dangerous. Xiao Hua couldn't help but inwardly shake his head. Disasters from the heavens can be avoided, but disasters from one's own doing cannot be forgiven. Daoist Master Yuankong's body shrank as he fell into the fist-sized ripple at the entrance of the formation. When he was about the same size as the entrance, a net of fiery red light appeared at the entrance and surrounded Daoist Master Yuankong's body. At the same time, a restriction appeared around the entrance, as if to prevent Daoist Master Yuankong from escaping and others from rescuing him. Fortunately, where the red light landed, Daoist Master Yuankong's body was covered in sword light. Layers of light flickered and the red light gradually dissipated. Daoist Master Yuankong's body also disappeared into the entrance. Seeing Daoist Master Yuankong safely enter the formation, everyone relaxed. Bai Fei looked around and said, this Bai will take the rear. Which fellow Daoist will enter? This servant will enter first. Beauty Yu looked around and pursed her lips. This place is dark. This servant is scared to go in last. Beauty Yu's body flickered and she also entered the entrance of the formation. The red light naturally couldn't threaten the entrance of the silver wolf. After Zhuang Chen entered, Xiao Hua raised his hand and said, fellow Daoist Bai, please go in first. Oh? Bai Fei asked curiously, could it be that Daoist Master Xiao doesn't want to enter? I wouldn't dare. Xiao Hua laughed. There is still a spirit-severing stage-old monster above us. I only want to enter last. All right. Bai Fei nodded and entered the formation. A bewildering formation, a bewildering formation. Xiao Hua watched Bai Fei's figure disappear and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This old man isn't afraid of any formation, but I'm afraid of bewildering formations. Now that I'm going to enter a bewildering formation with some juniors, won't others laugh at me? As he spoke, Xiao Hua was just about to move. Kacha, just when he was 1,000 feet away from Xiao Hua, the sound of space cracking could be heard. The space around 100 feet wide was torn apart. Spatial cracks of various sizes fell everywhere like scattered thunderbolts. Coincidentally, one of these spatial cracks was piercing towards Xiao Hua at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be careless. He immediately clenched his fist, flew up, and punched out. Boom! A loud sound rang out as his fist collided with the spatial crack. Amidst the rumbling, the spatial crack shattered, turning into hundreds of inch-sized spatial fragments that fell into the darkness below Xiaohua. Then, a gust of wind blew and the fragments disappeared again. Damn it. Xiaohua glanced at the disappearing spatial fragment and then looked at the entrance of the array. He couldn't help but curse. This Bai Fei seems to be a person of great fortune. If it weren't for this old man here, how could he have withstood this spatial tear? I'm afraid that before he could use his magic power, he would have been torn to pieces by the power of space. It's just that, this spatial crack is strange. Is it also a part of the formation? This door's so close, yet so far, is indeed mysterious, and the decorated archway is also surrounded by clouds, creating a myriad of phenomena. However, near the space fold, there are still faint space fine lines appearing, which is the obscure sign of the circulation of the formation. It is still far inferior to the Buddhist Sumru mustard seed technique that Xiaohua is familiar with. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a reward, and Chapter 4969. Seeing that the majestic decorated archway was already in sight, suddenly, on the edge of the pure white clouds on the white jade carvings, strands of fire appeared. In an instant, the strands of fire dyed the clouds. Buzz buzz buzz. The flower carvings trembled slightly, and in the midst of the rumbling, the burning clouds surged out from the flower carvings, transforming into the shape of a fire snake that enveloped Xiaohua, and even covered the front of the decorated archway. Yes, these are the fire snakes I saw outside. Xiaohua glanced at these fire snakes, then used his divine sense to scan inside the archway. There was a restriction around the archway that blocked divine sense, but Xiaohua's divine sense was incomparably powerful. This restriction was simply unable to block it. His divine sense broke through the restriction and immediately turned into a thread, like a spring breeze blowing past. He could clearly see the situation inside the archway. Then, Xiaohua raised his hand and grabbed. A spatial whirlpool appeared in midair. Swish. Although the fierce fire snake struggled with all its might, it was still sucked into the whirlpool. In just a few breaths, it turned into a thumb-sized fire pearl. Xiaohua took the fire pearl, then put it into his bosom. His figure floated over the archway and landed in the maze. Xiaohua's figure passed through the archway. Light flashed in front of his eyes. It was actually another space. This space was a lotus pond. Daoist Yuankong, Zhuangqin, Beauty Yu, and Bai Fei, who came in earlier, were standing beside the lotus pond. The four of them looked at the lotus flowers with a dignified expression. Xiaohua had yet to walk to the side of the four people when his figure unconsciously stopped. He raised his head to look at the sky, and his eyes revealed a look of understanding. Above Xiaohua's head was a patch of chaos, and an inexplicable light shone down from above, illuminating the space. However, above Xiaohua's head, the heavenly wind continued to appear, and this time, the heavenly wind was much more powerful than before. Like willow catkins, spatial folds drifted down with the heavenly wind. Where these spatial folds landed, some extremely powerful spatial power was born, and they were like flying swords that pierced everywhere without a destination. Daoist Xiao. Bai Fei did not turn back, but said in a low voice, "Come and see, how can this lotus pond maze be broken?" "It can't be." Xiaohua withdrew his gaze. As he walked, he said in surprise, "Fellow Daoist Bai, how could I possibly break the formation that even you couldn't break?" Daoist Master Yuankong turned his head to look at Xiaohua and said with some displeasure, "Daoist Master Xiao, everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Every one of us cultivators who can cultivate to nascent soul is not a simple character. None of us know where we can contribute our strength. I'm just afraid that I'll lose my confidence first. Without confidence, how can I break the formation?" "Brainstorm," Zhuangqin said in a muffled voice. Xiaohua walked to the side of the lotus pond and didn't release his divine sense like everyone else. Instead, he glanced around. It was a lotus pond with sparse lotus leaves. Some of the lotus leaves under their feet touched the edge of the pond. Moreover, in the areas where the lotus leaves were densely packed, there were also many lotus leaves stacked together. At first glance, it looked like a small path in a paddy field in the countryside. It was impossible to tell which path led to the opposite shore. Oh. Why are you looking at the lotus leaves? Xiaohua faintly smiled and reminded, can't we just fly over? Daoist Master Yuankong glared at Xiaohua and scolded, why don't you try flying? Can't you see the overlapping restrictions on the lotus pond? Even divine sense will be strangled to death. Can we just casually fly over? Xiaohua shrugged and didn't say anything else. After all, with different cultivation and strength, the method of breaking the formation would be different. Fellow Daoist by Daoist Master Yuankong said and carefully looked at the lotus leaves in the lotus pond. He pointed at one of the lotus leaves and said, look at that lotus leaf. Then, Bai Fei and Daoist Master Yuankong discussed how to walk over the lotus leaves in the pond. Xiaohua looked at it for half a cup of tea's time and suddenly his eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and laughed, haha, I understand. Daoist Master Yuankong somewhat disdainfully glanced at Xiaohua and didn't pay him any attention. He still wanted to say something, but Bai Fei who was discussing with him turned his head and asked, Daoist Master Xiao, what do you understand? Hee, before, it was fellow Daoist Yuankong who put in the effort. This time, it's time for I to show my face. Xiaohua smiled and pointed at the lotus leaves in the pond and said, I recognize this formation. Oh. You actually recognize this formation? Daoist Master Yuankong didn't dare to believe it. He looked at the pond and then at Xiaohua and asked curiously, tell me, what kind of formation is this? Actually. Xiaohua didn't hide and replied, this can't be considered a formation. It should be called a simple formation. This formation is called the 9 Palace 8 Trigrams formation. 9 Palace 8 Trigrams formation? What kind of formation is that? Bai Fei also didn't understand and asked, how come this Bai has never heard of it? Xiaohua pointed at the lotus leaves in the pond and explained the 9 Palace 8 Trigrams formation. In the end, he said, I entered the Tao through martial arts. In my early years, I practiced martial arts and also studied formations. Therefore, I am very familiar with this 9 Palace 8 Trigrams formation. Huh, really? This old man thought that this was a formation for immortal cultivators. I didn't expect it to be a formation for mortal cultivators. No wonder this old man didn't recognize it. Daoist Master Yuankong laughed and said, how could Bai Fei not know? He just wanted to avoid suspicion and prevent others from knowing that he obtained a secret treasure from fallen Phoenix Mountain. At this time, he slightly frowned and carefully looked at the lotus pond. He carefully said, Daoist Master Xiao, are you sure? How could a formation commonly used by martial artists appear in this secret formation? Xiaohua nodded affirmatively and said, I can be sure of this formation. As for why there is a formation used by mortals here, I don't know. Beauty Yu smiled and said, if that's the case, Daoist Master Xiao, do you dare to break the formation first? Of course. Xiaohua looks at the silver wolf of the demon race, nods and says, since this 9 Palace 8 Trigrams formation was seen through by this poor Daoist, naturally this poor Daoist should be the first to break the formation. You wait and see how this poor Daoist moves, just remember it in your heart. As he spoke, Xiaohua's figure floated and landed on a lotus leaf not far away. Sure enough, there was a strong restriction above the lotus pond. It was extremely difficult for nascent soul cultivators to break through. They could only move on the lotus leaf. Where Xiaohua landed, the lotus leaf solidified as if it was a stone. Soon after, Xiaohua walked through the lotus pond safely as if he was taking a stroll in a courtyard and reached the other side. As Xiaohua's figure landed, light and shadow also appeared on the other side. A transparent crystal-like wall appeared in front of Xiaohua. At the same time, a hole that was several zhang in size appeared on the wall. Bai Fei and the others were all nascent soul cultivators. As Xiaohua walked through the lotus leaves, they had already memorized the places where Xiaohua stopped. Seeing that Xiaohua had arrived safely, one by one, they followed Xiaohua's path and reached the opposite shore. Not bad. Daoist Master Yuankong stepped on the ground and nodded. Daoist Master Xiao, This old man will remember this merit for you. Okay, then I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Yuan Kong. Xiaohua replied. He pointed at the hole and said, this must be another maze. Fellow Daoist Yuan Kong, are you going to go first again? Of course. Daoist Master Yuan Kong's gaze swept past the hole and said, this old man will not turn back. Xiaohua and the others followed Daoist Master Yuan Kong into the hole. In front of them was a somewhat curved tunnel. This tunnel was at least 100 zhang wide. Inside the tunnel, one's divine sense was restricted and couldn't go very far. However, there was no restriction on magic power, so everyone could still fly. However, the heavenly wind began to blow in from the inside of the tunnel. In some places, the heavenly wind even caused spatial cracks to surge like waves, making this tunnel filled with danger. Daoist Master Yuan Kong led everyone to carefully avoid the wind and cautiously moved forward. After flying for half a day, 2 forks appeared in front of them. Daoist Master Yuan Kong stopped in front of the fork and looked left and right. He was a bit hesitant. He looked at Bai Fei and asked, fellow Daoist Bai, do you have any way to determine which direction we should go? Bai Fei frowned and thought for a moment. Then, he slapped his own head and released his nascent soul. Afterwards, his nascent soul formed hand seals and several butterfly-like colorful figures entered the 2 tunnels. After a cup of tea's worth of time, the butterfly-like figures returned from the 2 tunnels. Bai Fei put away his nascent soul and bitterly smiled, fellow Daoist Yuan Kong, these 2 tunnels are connected. Tell me, which one should we go? This one. Daoist Master Yuan Kong hesitated for a moment. Then, he pointed to the left and said, what do you think? Fellow Daoist Bai. We'll listen to fellow Daoist. Bai Fei smiled and said, we'll follow fellow Daoist's lead. Naturally, we'll listen to fellow Daoist's decision. Good, then we'll go this one. Daoist Master Yuan Kong was very happy. He decisively flew into the tunnel on the left. However, after flying for another half a day and avoiding many dangers, 3 more forks appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Damn it! How could Daoist Master Yuan Kong not know that he chose the wrong tunnel? He cursed and helplessly looked at Bai Fei, fellow Daoist Bai, I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist again. No problem. Bai Fei nodded and used his secret technique again. This time, it was just as strange. 2 butterfly-like figures flew back from the left and right tunnels respectively. Daoist Master Yuan Kong didn't dare to hesitate. After thinking for a moment, he pointed to the left tunnel and said, let's go this way. Xiaohua and the others naturally didn't have any objections. Just like that, they flew for another half a day. This time, it was even more lively. 4 forks appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This time, Daoist Master Yuan Kong didn't want to trouble Bai Fei anymore. He turned to Beauty Yu and said, fellow Daoist, do you have any methods? Beauty Yu didn't say anything and took out a palm-sized object from her bosom. This object was in the shape of a small wolf carved from jade. As Beauty Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, the small wolf roared and turned into 4 identical jade wolves that rushed into the tunnel. In just the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the 4 jade wolves returned and turned into 1. Beauty Yu raised her hands and pointed to the 2 tunnels without saying anything. It's still this way. Daoist Master Yuan Kong originally wanted to point to the right, but with a thought, he pointed to the left and said, this old man doesn't believe in heresy. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support it, vote a monthly vote, vote a recommendation vote, collect a collection, reward, and thank you for all forms of support. Chapter 4970. Cough cough. At this moment, Bai Fei coughed and reminded, fellow Daoist Yuan Kong, I have something I don't know if I should say. Oh, if fellow Daoist Bai has something to say, please say it. Daoist Yuan Kong's heart thumped as he hurriedly asked, could it be that fellow Daoist thinks we should take the right path? No. Bai Fei shook his head and said, I only feel that when we flew past a few forks in the road, there were always 2 paths that led to survival. Should we understand it this way, that these 2 paths must be taken at the same time, in order to reach the final destination? Bai Fei's suggestion at first sounded a bit inconceivable, but after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Thus, Daoist Yuankong frowned, somewhat unable to make a decision. Seeing that Daoist Yuankong did not speak, Bai Fei simply said, "How about this, fellow Daoist Yuankong? I will take the right path with Daoist Xiao, and you, fellow Daoist Zhuang, and Fairy, you will take the left path. How about this?" "All right." Hearing Bai Fei's determined tone, Daoist Yuankong was somewhat helpless. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, "I hope fellow Daoist Bai's judgment is correct." "All right, Daoist Xiao and I will wait for you inside." Bai Fei gave Xiao Hua a look and flew into the right path first. Xiao Hua did not understand why Bai Fei was like this, and could only urge his body to fly in as well. Xiao Hua was originally most afraid of this kind of maze, and had already released some of his divine sense to check it out. However, this maze was simply too big, and after looking for a while, he felt a bit dizzy. Moreover, he did not want to reveal his true strength in front of Bai Fei and the others, so he simply withdrew his divine sense and let them lead the way. The right path that Bai Fei flew into was even more complicated than before, and after flying for a while, another 4 forks appeared in front of them. Hee hee. Bai Fei was slightly happy and pointed at the 4 forks. "Look, Daoist Xiao, the number of forks is not increasing, which means that we are taking the right path." Damn it, actually, I already felt that there was something wrong with the direction that Daoist Yuankong chose. You should have explained it to Daoist Yuankong clearly. Xiao Hua was speechless and softly advised. "Tch." Bai Fei coldly laughed and replied, "Do you think he will listen to what I say?" "He won't listen, he will only think that I am shaking his authority." "Didn't he listen this time?" Xiao Hua asked. "That's because I didn't refute his choice and said that the tunnel on the left was the correct direction." Bai Fei hit the nail on the head. "If I only said that the right path was correct, do you think he would agree to take the right path? Even if he wants to die, I don't want to die." "All right." Xiao Hua shrugged his shoulders. Looking at these 4 forks that were almost exactly the same, he asked, "Now that there are also 4, which one should we take? Does Daoist Master Xiao have any suggestions?" Bai Fei narrowed his eyes as he looked at Xiao Hua and asked meaningfully. "Of course." Xiao Hua faintly smiled, raised his finger, and pointed at the 4 forks one by one. His mouth even pretended to say, "Point out the soldiers, point out the generals, ride a horse, go to war, have money to drink, don't have money to scram, egg, 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 who is the bastard, Hami Melon, you, me, him, which princess will marry him?" When Xiao Hua finished his last word, his finger pointed at the first fork on the left. Xiao Hua said without hesitation, "If it's I, then I will take this path." Seeing Xiao Hua so solemnly point out the soldiers, Bai Fei felt a headache coming on. He looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief and said, That's how you decided?" "That's right." Xiao Hua nodded without hesitation and said, "I am most afraid of this kind of maze. Previously, I had struggled, thought of many methods, and also comprehended many secret techniques. But in reality, in the end, I found that this method was the simplest and most convenient. Damn it, I was defeated by you." Bai Fei was speechless. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice. It was unknown whether he was talking about Xiao Hua and the others not putting in effort, or Xiao Hua's choice that was almost like a joke. Then what about fellow Daoist? Xiao Hua looked at Bai Fei with an innocent face and asked. "All right." Bai Fei stared deeply at Xiao Hua and said, "Since I want to join hands with Daoist Master Xiao, then I can't not let Daoist Master Xiao see my methods. Otherwise, how can Daoist Master Xiao believe in me?" Hearing Bai Fei say, "Daoist Master Xiao," it was as if Bai Fei had some deep hatred for him. Xiao Hua couldn't help but be surprised. Xiao Hua didn't know that he had already become Bai Fei's inner demon. After Bai Fei finished speaking, he raised his hand and took out a purple-skinned gourd from his waist. This gourd was engraved with many flowers, birds, fish, insects, and other things. Moreover, each flower, bird, fish, and insect was made up of even smaller talismans. A faint desolate aura was emitted from this purple-skinned gourd. Bai Fei picked up the gourd, formed a seal, and hid it. The gourd emitted a purple brilliance and floated in the air. As the brilliance shone, the flowers, birds, fish, and insects on the gourd seemed to come alive and moved in the brilliance. After waiting for a while, seeing that the gourd had expanded several times, Bai Fei opened his mouth again. Quick! A mantra entered the gourd, and a purple aura rushed out of the gourd. Hundreds of golden light spots flew out. These light spots expanded with the wind, and in just a few breaths, they had turned into hundreds of fist-sized spirit insects. Gold-devouring insects? Xiao Hua was stunned. He looked at these spirit insects with some surprise and whispered, "How can these gold-devouring insects be so big?" "Yes, they are gold-devouring insects." Bai Fei answered indifferently, but there was no lack of pride in his tone. "All right. Daoist Master Bai is really amazing. You can cultivate gold-devouring insects to such a big size." Xiao Hua shrugged, not knowing what to say. He also had gold-devouring insects in his space, but they had never been this big. In addition to gold-devouring insects, there were spirit-devouring insects, wood-devouring insects, and so on Xinhua continent, but those spirit insects were not this powerful. "It's not just the size." Bai Fei laughed. "Later, you will know the power of these gold-devouring insects." As he spoke, Bai Fei released his divine sense and it fell on the gold-devouring insects. Buzz buzz buzz. As his divine sense fell, the gold-devouring insects immediately became noisy and excitedly swam in the air, crazily devouring Bai Fei's divine sense. After a while, hundreds of spirit-devouring insects divided into 4 groups and rushed into the 4 forks. When all the gold-devouring insects had entered the forks, Bai Fei withdrew his remaining divine sense, his face slightly pale. Seeing this, Xiao Hua understood the method Bai Fei used to raise the gold-devouring insects. He shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. "Daoist Master Bai, you are also going all out. Since you and I have the cultivation method, why do we have to go to the lost place? We can do the same in Yilan continent. Don't mention this again." The more Xiao Hua was unwilling to go to the lost place, the more relieved Bai Fei was. Moreover, Xiao Hua's words were full of concern, which made the selfish Bai Fei somewhat moved. However, he was still vigilant and waved his hand. "I have already made a decision. If you want to go, I will take care of you. If you don't want to go, I will definitely not force you." After the time it took to eat a meal, more than half of the hundreds of gold-devouring insects had returned. Moreover, most of these gold-devouring insects had flown out from the 3 forks on the right. When Bai Fei took out the purple gourd to collect the gold-devouring insects, he looked at Xiao Hua meaningfully and said, "Daoist Master Xiao, it seems that your luck is not bad. This casual point is the same as the effect of my secret technique. It seems that, from now on, I will have to rely on your luck." "Of course." Xiao Hua smiled indifferently. "It's just a small matter. I am very happy to serve you, Daoist Master Bai." Of course, Bai Fei wouldn't believe Xiao Hua's casual words. The next 2 forks in the road, Bai Fei still relied on a large number of gold-devouring beetles to search for a way out, and the number of forks remained unchanged at 4. After passing through the second fork, Bai Fei brought Xiao Hua through a cave entrance. As usual, a gold-devouring insect flew out from this cave entrance. Just as it was about to enter the purple gourd, Bai Fei suddenly stopped. He looked at the cave entrance thoughtfully and said to Xiao Hua, "Daoist Master Xiao, I will have to trouble you to wait here for a moment. I have some things to do." Xiao Hua did not understand, but he still nodded and said, "Daoist Master Bai, please do as you wish. I will wait here." Bai Fei flew into the cave entrance for about an hour. Xiao Hua stayed outside the cave entrance and quietly waited. Xiao Hua was originally a gentleman, so he disdained to investigate what Bai Fei was doing inside the cave entrance. Therefore, he did not know that after Bai Fei flew into the cave entrance, he released more than 10 gold-devouring insects nearby. Bai Fei flew out of the cave entrance. Xiaohua smiled and asked, Daoist Master Bai, can we go now? Bai Fei looked at Xiaohua with satisfaction and said, let's go. We have wasted quite a bit of time. We should speed up. Seeing Bai Fei's inexplicable friendliness, Xiaohua understood that he did not investigate Bai Fei's secrets in exchange for a favorable impression. He did not mind and followed Bai Fei into the cave entrance once again. In fact, after Bai Fei entered the cave entrance, Xiaohua also released his divine sense and carefully examined the surrounding thousand li. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, this maze formation was actually very large. His divine sense covered the entire area and he did not see any wind underworld wheel. Moreover, the forks in front of him were still as numerous as a spider web. Xiaohua's divine sense swept across his back and his back unconsciously broke out in cold sweat. This maze formation for a direction idiot like him was his weakness. After flying for about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Bai Fei retrieved many gold-devouring insects from the various caves. Seeing that there was a rather large space in front of him, the 4 forks in the path were faintly visible. Suddenly, Xiaohua's eyebrows twitched and a strange smile appeared on his face. Hee hee. Bai Fei naturally did not notice. He was still looking forward. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from the front of his head. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a month, vote for a recommendation, collect, gift, and thank you for all forms of support. Chapter 4971. The voice of the late nascent soul stage cultivator, Jianghu, came from afar. I thought the cultivator Xiao Yezi praised was a genius. I've been waiting here for a long time, and you've only just arrived. Who? Bai Fei turned pale with fright and cried out involuntarily. When Jianghu's figure appeared in front of him, Bai Fei was in disbelief. He pointed at Jianghu and said, You, how can you be here? Bai Fei, since you can come here, why can't I? Jianghu smiled faintly. How can you know the abilities of late nascent soul stage cultivators like me? Fellow Daoist, quickly follow this Bai. When Bai Fei heard this, he immediately understood Jianghu's thoughts. Without saying another word, he decisively waved his hand at Xiaohua, and his figure flew backwards, fleeing towards the path they came from. Hee, where can you escape to now that you've entered the maze? Jianghu's figure flashed, turning into a rainbow as he chased after them. Bai Fei understood Jianghu's intention, so how could Xiaohua not know? Xiaohua did not want to get involved in this kind of jealous dispute. However, Bai Fei had called out to him before he left. It was obvious that he wanted Xiaohua to join forces with him. Seeing that Bai Fei was walking towards Xiaohua with an unfriendly gaze, Xiaohua cursed in his heart. He also moved and followed Bai Fei's back, pretending to escape. It had to be said that Bai Fei was clean and nimble. Xiaohua used the magic power of a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, but he could only see his back. Jianghu, who was behind Xiaohua, was also like a cat catching a mouse, not particularly close. However, in less than half a cup of tea's time, Bai Fei's flying speed suddenly slowed down. Xiaohua caught up and saw that Bai Fei's face was somewhat pale. He said worriedly, Fellow Daoist Bai, could it be? That's right. Bai Fei sighed. Just now, I used too much of my divine sense. Now there's a backlash. Fellow Daoist, I've dragged you down. Xiaohua looked back at Jianghu, who was neither fast nor slow. He frowned and said, I feel that the two of you haven't reached the point of life and death. Unfortunately, before Xiaohua could finish speaking, Jianghu's divine sense, mixed with pressure, rushed over. Bai Fei was somewhat panicked. How could he still care about arguing with Xiaohua? He urged his body to speed up again. Of course, this speed was like drinking poison to quench one's thirst. It didn't take long for Bai Fei to slow down again. Jianghu, who was behind him, sneered, Bai Fei, you can't escape from me. Just stop obediently. Humph. Bai Fei sneered and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. His body glowed brightly and his flying speed increased again. Xiaohua furrowed his brows. He had already seen some clues. Although Jiyu was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator and seemed to be a cat that hunted a mouse, wasn't Bai Fei, who possessed late-stage nascent soul strength, also casting a long line to catch a big fish? I'd like to see which one of them is more ruthless. The corner of Xiao Hua's mouth curled up as he pretended to be terrified of being silenced by Jiyu. He forced himself to chase after Bai Fei. In just a short moment, Bai Fei's flying speed slowed down for the third time. Furthermore, Bai Fei's face was extremely pale. It was obvious that his vitality had been greatly damaged. Xiao Hua flew in front of him and raised his hand, wanting to pull Bai Fei back. However, Bai Fei was struggling. He rushed towards the hole in front of him and whispered, "Quick, follow this Bai in." After saying that, without waiting for Xiao Hua's reply, his body swayed a little, but he still rushed into the cave like a drunkard. Damn it. Although Xiao Hua had no sense of direction, he wasn't blind. He glanced around and immediately realized that this was the cave that Bai Fei had entered for half a day. Could it be? Xiao Hua suddenly felt a sense of vigilance and said in surprise, Bai Fei already knew that Jiyu would kill him in the bewildering array? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua recalled the words that Bai Fei said behind Jiyu's back on the special envoy's flying boat. He was secretly surprised. No. It wasn't Bai Fei who knew. It was Bai Fei who lured Jiyu into the maze. He provoked Jiyu on the flying boat so that Jiyu could enter the maze to kill him. He had already set up an ambush here and was prepared to kill Jiyu. Damn it, this Bai Fei's schemes are too deep. However, thinking of this, Xiao Hua was puzzled again. That's not right. Why does Bai Fei want to kill Jiyu? Is it just for Yiyun? Could it be that Bai Fei likes Yiyun very much and wants to marry her? Damn it, if that's the case, then it's the biggest joke in the world. Bai Fei only has benefits in his eyes. How can there be love? I'll go back and see what's so special about Yiyun. While Xiao Hua was thinking, Bai Fei had already rushed into the cave. Xiao Hua's figure didn't stop and followed closely behind. Jiyu saw Bai Fei and Xiao Hua escape into the cave and laughed. Bai Fei, you're wasting your time. The path you're escaping is a dead end. Oh, I understand. You're preparing to ambush this young master from inside? As he spoke, Jiyu waved his hand and summoned a magic treasure that looked like a seal to protect him. Then, Jiyu urged his figure and boldly rushed into the cave. As Xiao Hua flew into the cave, it was a winding passageway. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed because he already saw hundreds of gold-devouring beetles hiding in the depths of the passageway's walls. These gold-devouring beetles were scattered throughout the several hundred feet long passageway. Divine sense couldn't easily discover them. Moreover, when Xiao Hua flew through the passageway, he was alarmed again. Because this was a space that was 1,000 feet in size. Bai Fei was standing dispiritedly at the back of the space. When Bai Fei saw Xiao Hua fly in, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Fellow Daoist, quickly come over." However, within the several hundred feet of Bai Fei in the void, Xiao Hua could clearly see that a sword formation had already been set up. Xiao Hua was truly convinced by Bai Fei's schemes. If such a shrewd cultivator couldn't cultivate to a high level, then which cultivator could? However, Xiao Hua only pretended not to see and asked with concern, "Fellow Daoist, how are you?" "We flew into a dead end. I'm afraid we'll have to fight this Jiyu." "Hee, fellow Daoist, don't worry." Bai Fei hurriedly transmitted, "Didn't I just come in? Just in case, I've already set up a backup plan in the passageway. You and I only need to resist his attacks and consume his magic power. I'll guarantee your safety." "Good," Xiao Hua said happily, "then I'll listen to your arrangements." "That's right." Bai Fei complained, "Fellow Daoist should listen to me. If you follow me, you won't be at a disadvantage. Today, I'll let you see how I'll kill a late nascent soul stage cultivator." That's not possible, right?" Xiao Hua said in surprise, "You and I are only around the middle nascent soul stage. Even with fellow Daoist's help, it's impossible to kill a late nascent soul stage cultivator, right?" "Hee, fellow Daoist, guard over there. Bai Fei pointed at a place and said, you and I will form a triangle. When I tell you to attack, you attack. If I don't tell you to attack, you absolutely can't attack. Today, you'll see what I'll do. Of course, I also hope that this arrangement can help fellow Daoist make an early decision. Okay. Xiaohua agreed and flew to the place opposite Bai Fei. He raised his hand and took out an ordinary flying sword to guard against Bai Fei. Huh. Xiaohua had just stood still when Jiyu flew in. He looked around in surprise and said, this young master thought you'd launch a sneak attack at the turn of the passageway. I didn't expect you to only face the attack here. Could it be that you've already set up a formation in this space? That's right. Bai Fei smiled coldly. This young master has already set up a formation in this space. As long as you fly close to this young master will activate the formation to kill you. Huh, this young master is flying close. Jiyu laughed and flew closer, saying, this young master wants to see what kind of formation you can set up in this short period of time. Not close enough. Fly a little closer. Bai Fei also smiled and seemed to have a card up his sleeve. Jiyu naturally didn't believe him. He had already released his divine sense to investigate and didn't find anything strange. However, he stopped after flying for a few dozen feet. He hesitated for a moment and said, Bai Fei, don't waste your time. This young master won't fall for your trick. You can set up whatever ambush you want. This young master can still kill you standing here. Bai Fei saw that Jiyu didn't fall for his trick and was helpless. He could only cry and say, Senior Ji, this junior is a little confused. How did this junior offend you? You actually chased into the formation and blocked this young master's path? Hee, do you still need this young master to say it? Jiyu's face was filled with anger. He laughed frivolously and said, do you know why this young master put down his status as a district envoy and went to the worry-free manor? Do you think I'm going to pick up 2 nascent soul cultivators? This young master is going to pick up Little Yi. But, you also saw what kind of attitude Little Yi has towards this young master. At the mention of the worry-free manor, Jiyu was filled with anger. He actually flew a few dozen feet forward and was much closer to the sword formation that Bai Fei had set up in advance. Bai Fei was delighted, but his expression didn't change. He said indifferently, Senior Ji, this junior is clear about what you're talking about. However, you should also know that ******* is the most normal thing. Yun likes this junior and that's her business. It's also my fate with her. What right do you have to interfere? Yun Jiyu's face was filled with malevolence. He flew a few dozen feet back and scolded, what right do you have to call Little Yi Yun? How many days have you known her? Do you know? This young master saw Little Yi when he was still an early nascent soul cultivator. At that time, she was only 17 or 18 years old. When I saw her face and saw her smile, this young master knew that she was this young master's dual cultivation partner. Do you know how much this young master has done for Little Yi so that she can cultivate in peace? Do you know how much the pills and other things this young master has given her are worth? Do you know how much effort this young master has put in order to protect her? Vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, give it as a reward, thank you for all forms of support. Chapter 4972. However, seeing that she was about to enter the nascent soul stage, I also made a lot of preparations for her pregnancy. After she was pregnant, I was going to propose to her. But right at this moment, a little brat like you just had to appear. Jiyu's face twisted and his eyes emitted a fierce light, as if he wanted to bite off a few pieces of meat from Bai Fei's body to satisfy his craving. I originally didn't know why she distanced herself from me after returning from the Wumeng mountain range. I even tried my best to please her and heal her injuries, but I didn't expect that behind all of this was you. Tell me. Can I let you go? I'll kill you today and cut off Little Ye's thoughts. Let's see what else she wants to do. Alas, Senior Ji. Bai Fei saw that Jiyu was still some distance away from the sword formation and felt anxious. He was afraid that Jiyu would attack, so he sighed and said, speaking of which, this is a grudge between you and me. It has nothing to do with Daoist Master Xiao. No matter what the outcome is today, I think, can you let him leave first? Oh. Jiyu was stunned, he was greatly puzzled. He looked at Bai Fei and then at Xiao Hua and asked curiously, you actually want him to leave first? If he leaves, how can you be a match for me? Alas, I'm not a match for you. Bai Fei smiled bitterly and said, previously, I didn't know what you wanted to do, so I pulled this fellow Daoist and fled. Since it has nothing to do with him now, why should I let him stay here? Moreover, he only came to participate in the selection. If you and I were to fight, would you let him help me or watch from the sidelines? TCH. Jiyu sneered and said, are you an idiot or am I an idiot? If I wanted to kill you, would I let him leak the news? If this matter was known by the special envoy, wouldn't he scold me? He wants to leave. Don't even think about it. Bai Fei smiled helplessly at Xiao Hua and then said to Jiyu, Senior Ji, actually, what I want to say is, even if you kill me today. If Yun'er doesn't see me, she'll think that I'm unlucky and have fallen in this bewildering array. Then you might not be able to win Yun'er's heart. Today, she likes me, and tomorrow, she might like someone else. You don't spend time on her, but instead, you try to kill me. Isn't that neglecting the essentials? Yun'er. Hearing Bai Fei mention Yun'er again and again, Jiyu found it unbearable. He flew closer in a great rage and raised his hand to point at the seal above his head as he shouted, is this something you can call? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The seal was similar to Xiao Hua's seal of overturning the sea. After it rushed into the air, a hurricane immediately appeared around it. Streams of heaven and earth spiritual qi rushed into it. Layers of shadows flashed and fell towards Bai Fei. The space several hundred feet around Bai Fei began to twist slightly, as a vast force pressed down from the sky. Bai Fei looked at Ji Yu's figure that was only a few feet away from the sword array. He gritted his teeth and raised his hand. Boom! A green sword light soared into the sky and pierced towards the seal. The sword light was also amazing. It overflowed with brilliance and shattered the seal's shadow. The heavy pressure of the seal was also pierced through by the flying sword. Clang! The flying sword collided with the seal, and an ear-piercing sound of metal rang out. As expected, the flying sword was knocked back, and the seal also tumbled in the air. Roar! Seeing the seal tumbling, Ji Yu was enraged. He raised his hand and slapped the top of his head. Boom! A crimson light shot up into the sky. Ji Yu released the pressure of a late nascent soul stage cultivator. The crimson light condensed into 100 zhang large hand in the air and grabbed at Bai Fei. Under this grab, Xiao Hua was also at the edge of the big hand's imprisonment. He saw fine lines appear above Bai Fei's head, and Bai Fei's figure couldn't even move. Xiao Hua was not anxious for Bai Fei, because not to mention the sword array's flying swords and the gold-devouring beetles that never appeared behind Ji Yu, just Bai Fei's hidden late nascent soul stage strength was enough for him to not be at a disadvantage against a nascent soul stage cultivator. Fight! Bai Fei pretended to roar and was also afraid of hitting his head. Boom! The green light was like a candle in the wind. It swayed and rushed out, turning into a big hand. This big hand was sparkling and translucent like jade. It reached out to grab Ji Yu's nascent soul hand. Boom! The two big hands clasped together, and the entire space let out a loud roar. A wave of air surged out in all directions, and within this wave of air, the two big hands turned into fragments of light. Damn it! Ji Yu didn't expect his nascent soul hand to be crushed. He roared and stretched out his left arm again. Woo! On Ji Yu's left arm, strange blood patterns appeared. Ji Yu's left arm turned into a tiger's claw and slashed through the air, landing on Bai Fei's head. This claw seemed to be able to tear the void. It was even more powerful than the nascent soul hand from before. Boom boom boom. Seeing Ji Yu like this, Bai Fei wasn't nervous at all. His body also glowed with golden light, and under his Daoist robe, layers of golden scales gradually grew. The nearby heaven and earth spiritual chi turned into a hurricane and rushed into the gaps of the scales. Bai Fei's eyes were faintly golden. Those faintly golden eyes were staring at Ji Yu's feet that had already stepped on the edge of the sword array. I'm afraid this is Bai Fei's true strength? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, waiting for Bai Fei's voice transmission. He looked at the changes on Bai Fei's body and thought to himself, he has a body that can fight against the demon clan. His true strength is also at the late nascent soul stage. This Ji Yu. I'm afraid he's going to suffer. However, just as Xiaohua was watching the show, a sigh actually came out of Ji Yu's mouth. The figure that had already stepped into the sword array retreated extremely quickly. At the same time, the light of the tiger claw that was descending was completely restrained. Under the light, Ji Yu's lonely face was revealed. Even if I kill you, so what? Will little Yi be happy? As Ji Yu retreated, he said worriedly, even if I marry her, if she finds out about what happened today, how can I face her? Although I like her, I want her to live a happy life. I want her to watch the sun rise every day and watch the moon illuminate the night sky. Bai Fei. Ji Yu's figure stopped in the distance. His eyes were like lightning as he looked at Bai Fei and said, your strength is not bad. You can actually fight with this young master. And from the looks of it, you must have some hidden cards. With your strength and scheming, this young master can be at ease. However, Bai Fei, you must treat little Yi well. If this young master finds out that little Yi has been wronged, don't blame this young master for killing his way to your door. With that, Ji Yu waved his hand again and a storage ring flew over. He said, there are 2 jade bottles inside. One is the emerald firefly pill that this young master asked for from the Alliance master. The other is the golden pill that this young master asked for from the direct disciple of Daoist master Jin Sheng. I just got it today and it is the most suitable for little Ye's injury. But since little Ye got on the flying boat, she has not seen this young master. This young master is not at ease to let others give these pills to her, so I can only let you go. You don't have to mention this young master's name for these pills. Consider it cheap for you. Also, the lost place is not a good place. With your strength, you won't have a good ending. This storage ring has the complete nascent soul cultivation method, which was personally modified by Senior Zhang Xiaohua. You wait and take it, quickly withdraw from the selection and find a place to meditate. With that, Ji Yu did not wait for Bai Fei to say another word. His figure turned into a rainbow and rushed into the passage and disappeared. Ah! Bai Fei was dumbfounded. Xiaohua was also dumbfounded. The two of them looked at each other, almost not daring to believe their eyes. When Xiaohua came to his senses, he unconsciously groaned, damn it, isn't this a living fire qilin? Speaking of the fire qilin, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a dull pain in his heart. He instantly thought of the situation when he took Shui to gain experience in the past. At that time, Xiaohua only had the strength of foundation establishment. Facing the coercion of 3 nascent soul cultivators, he didn't have any strength to resist. It was also because of the fire qilin's pure infatuation that Xiaohua and Shui avoided a disaster. Of course, it was also because of the fire qilin's infatuation that Xiaohua didn't have any special resentment towards the 3 elders of the ardent fire mountain. And now, Xiaohua saw Ji Yu again. This nascent soul cultivator didn't choose to kill or force his love rival who was weaker than him. Instead, he chose to retreat and endure. Although Bai Fei was extremely puzzled, Xiaohua could see from this retreat that Ji Yu had an extremely strong love for Yi Yun. Could it be that this Ji Yu is sick? Bai Fei looked at the storage ring in front of him and didn't anxiously reach out to take it. Instead, he looked at Xiaohua inexplicably and whispered, he saw through something. This is a trick to lure the enemy? Ji Yu's departure was too sudden. Not only did Bai Fei not have time to activate the sword formation, he didn't even have time to activate the gold-devouring beetles in the passage. A faint uneasiness appeared in his heart, a kind of uneasiness that escaped from his calculations. Xiaohua shrugged and said casually, this isn't something that I can know. However, it seems that he really did leave. Why is he like this? who knows? Bai Fei, who had been scheming against others all his life and fighting for his own benefits, seemed to have never faced this kind of abandonment and letting go. When he heard Xiao Hua's answer, he still didn't understand why Jiyu didn't fight with him. Could it be that the things in this world weren't all obtained by relying on one's own strength? However, when Xiao Hua's figure moved and was about to leave the sword formation, Bai Fei's eyes showed a trace of sternness. He suddenly smiled and said, "Daoist Xiao, oh?" Xiao Hua unintentionally raised his head and asked, "What's wrong?" "I advise you to calm down a little." Bai Fei smiled faintly and replied, his face showing a cold intent, "P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a month, vote for a recommendation, collect, reward, and thank all forms of support." Chapter 4973. Calm down? Xiao Hua was a little puzzled, but suddenly, his face changed greatly. Sure enough, as soon as Bai Fei's voice landed, whoosh whoosh whoosh, a series of sounds like the spring rain brushing against one's face rang out. Right next to Xiao Hua, thousands of sword lights appeared, like strands of hair, enveloping the space around Xiao Hua. Waves of bone-chilling cold seeped out from the sword array, directly piercing into Xiao Hua's heart. What is the meaning of this, fellow Daoist Bai? Xiao Hua simply pretended to the end. Xiao Hua asked in a panic. He just saw Jiyu's infatuation, and now he saw Bai Fei's scheme again. He only felt that Bai Fei was incomparably ugly. He didn't mind stretching out his little finger after Bai Fei made a move and gently crushed this little nascent soul stage cultivator to death. Let him truly become a waste. Hee, rest assured, fellow Daoist. Bai Fei smiled slightly, and the coldness on his face suddenly disappeared. He said, "No matter what, you and I have experienced life and death together. I can't be ruthless to fellow Daoist. I only ask fellow Daoist to carefully consider the cooperation between you and me. In fact, fellow Daoist must have seen it just now. If Jiyu didn't stop in time, I absolutely have the confidence to kill this beast in this sword array. With my strength, you still don't feel at ease?" Xiao Hua nodded and said, "Fellow Daoist, tell me, I understand. It's not that I don't feel at ease, and didn't I also say that I will go to the land of the Lost Lands? I'll go to the Lost Land. As for loyalty and assistance, we'll talk about it when we get there." Hee, it's precisely because of fellow Daoist's answer that I don't feel at ease. Bai Fei said with a fake smile, "If fellow Daoist doesn't go, I will feel more at ease. With one more nascent soul stage cultivator going to the land of the Lost Lands, wouldn't I have one more opponent?" "Alas, Bai Fei." Xiao Hua sighed and said, "You really have too many schemes. I originally wanted to help you, but you even schemed against I. Are you going to force I to make a blood oath after killing Jiyu?" "Maybe." Bai Fei didn't deny it, nor did he confirm it. He just shrugged and casually said 3 words. Then, he smiled and said, "However, fellow Daoist is in the formation right now, so I'll ask you something." Xiao Hua could squash Bai Fei to death as easily as squashing a fly. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua really didn't want to attack a human cultivator right now, especially Bai Fei, who had painstakingly cultivated from a little qi refining cultivator to a nascent soul cultivator. He clearly knew how hard it was for the cultivators of Dawn Rain Continent to cultivate, and he was reluctant to kill this human cultivator who had a very bright future. Therefore, Xiao Hua shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "I'm not your enemy. As for whether you'll let me go or not, that's up to you. Make your own choice." "Oh." Facing Xiao Hua's calmness, Bai Fei's heart, which had just felt satisfied and stable because of his schemes, floated again. He looked Xiao Hua up and down and suddenly remembered Xiao Yu's reminder. Bai Fei naturally wouldn't elevate Xiao Hua to the highest level of the human race. He was only worried that Xiao Hua had some special secret technique. With this thought, Bai Fei's expression immediately changed. He opened his mouth. Woo! The wind rose again, and the thousands of sword lights rapidly condensed, finally turning into several green flying swords that fell into Bai Fei's mouth. Hee, fellow Daoist, don't be afraid. Bai Fei said with a smile, I'm just testing fellow Daoist. That Jiu's appearance is really too strange and coincidental. I'm afraid fellow Daoist sent him a message. I.O. Xiao Hua was naturally an expert at acting. He didn't mind feigning civility with Bai Fei. In an instant, a wronged expression appeared on his face and he said, fellow Daoist Bai, along the way, all the forks in the road were chosen by fellow Daoist. I didn't even release my divine sense, how could I send a message? What's more, just now Jiu's intentions were already revealed. I can't possibly send him a message because of this, right? It's all because I was too suspicious. Fellow Daoist, please forgive me. As Bai Fei spoke, he raised his hand and took Jiu's storage ring. Without even looking at it, he put it away. Clearly, he didn't feel at ease with Jiu. It's fine, it's fine. What could Xiao Hua say? He could only wave his hand and say, we're not familiar with each other. It's only right for us to keep our distance. And, since that's the case, we'd better hurry inside. Bai Fei said with a smile, since Jiu doesn't want me to go to the Lost Land, then I must go and take a look. Fellow Daoist Bai, please. Xiao Hua nodded and raised his hand. Fellow Daoist, please go ahead. Bai Fei said, I still have to tidy up the sword formation. Xiao Hua knew that Bai Fei wanted to take away the gold-devouring beetles in the stone wall, so he didn't refuse anymore. He turned around and flew out of the space. Looking at Xiao Hua's back, Bai Fei couldn't help but curse in his heart, damn it, this Daoist master Xiao, what kind of demon race secret technique does he know? Why does it seem like he's not afraid of me at all? Xiao Yu, did you see anything just now? Master. Xiao Yu's voice sounded, I didn't feel anything. I'm afraid this so-called Daoist master Xiao is just bluffing master. Impossible. Bai Fei firmly believed in his feeling, if he didn't have any confidence, how could he be so calm? Anyone who faces an unsolvable crisis will inevitably be nervous. I'm from the demon race. Xiao Yu said helplessly, didn't Master always say that humans are the spirit of all living things? I don't understand what you humans are thinking. Truly useless things. Bai Fei felt vexed for no reason. He cursed in a low voice and used a secret technique to take the gold-devouring beetles into the stone wall into the purple gourd. Only then did he slowly fly out of the cave. Xiao Hua was the same as last time. He was still guarding the entrance of the cave harmlessly. Seeing Bai Fei come out, he smiled and asked, fellow Daoist Bai, can we go now? Bai Fei was the same as last time. He looked at Xiao Hua with satisfaction and said, let's go. We've wasted a lot of time. We should speed up. It was as if nothing had happened. Very strange. This time, Jiu naturally didn't appear again. Xiao Hua and Bai Fei arrived at the space of the third four-way path. However, what Bai Fei didn't expect was that two of the gold-devouring beetles flew back, indicating that these two paths were dead ends. The gold-devouring beetles in the other two paths only flew back a little, indicating that these two paths were alive. Bai Fei was a little hesitant. Looking at the two paths, he didn't know which to choose. Xiao Hua didn't hesitate and said, since there are two paths, it means that there might be wind underworld wheels in both paths. If the two of us want to pass the selection, we need 2 wind underworld wheels. Why don't we split up and search here? What do you think? All right. Bai Fei nodded. He raised his hand and pointed at one of the paths and said, I'll go this one. Fellow Daoist, you can go the other one. We'll do as you say. Xiao Hua agreed with Bai Fei's choice. Just as he was about to move, Bai Fei hurriedly said, fellow Daoist, don't be anxious. Let's talk about it after I take back the gold-devouring beetles. I forgot about that. Xiao Hua woke up and replied, fellow Daoist, quickly take them back. After a meal, the gold-devouring beetles flew out of the path. Bai Fei raised his hand and said, fellow Daoist, please, I'll have to trouble you, fellow Daoist Bai. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, fellow Daoist Bai has been putting in effort all this time. I have benefited a lot from fellow Daoist. From now on, I will have to work hard myself. I hope fellow Daoist can smoothly find the wind underworld wheel. Bai Fei said with concern. He also flew into one of the paths. When Xiaohua saw that Bai Fei had left, he also rushed into the fork. However, he only flew for a moment before he coldly snorted and said, "This Bai Fei really makes this Xiao speechless. Why must he release a gold-devouring bug to follow this Xiao? Do you think you can discover my secret just by relying on this thing?" Then, Xiaohua pretended not to see the gold-devouring beetle sticking to the stone wall behind him and casually flew around the maze. Xiaohua had no sense of direction. After a few times, how could he still know where he was? As he flew, he didn't know if the gold-devouring beetle was moved or if it got lost. He couldn't find a trace of it left or right. "Forget it, I'll use my divine ability, and see where the wind underworld wheel is?" Xiaohua casually flew for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Looking at the messy path, he said self-deprecatingly, "With my flying skills, I'm afraid I won't be able to find the wind underworld wheel in my lifetime." As he spoke, Xiaohua formed a seal with his hands and urged his magic power. Suddenly, woo-woo. Above his head, a ghastly wailing sound could be heard. A heavenly wind that was several times more powerful than before descended. Then, the space within several thousand feet became extremely distorted. Hundreds of spatial cracks fell down, even denser than the violent storm. They swept through the stone walls, swept through the space, and rushed into the surroundings of the bewildering formation. Xiaohua frowned. He originally wanted to dodge, but at this moment, within the distorted space, several terrifying forces mixed with an aura that Xiaohua was both familiar and unfamiliar with gushed out. This is dragon aura. How can there be such a violent realm storm? And an aura that almost surpasses the 9th grade of essence power? Xiaohua's face was filled with shock. He almost didn't dare to believe his own senses. He growled, could it be that the Alliance Masters of the Heaven Alliance also came to snatch the wind underworld wheel? This daddy's senses aren't wrong, right? When did the Dawn Rain continent become so popular? As he spoke, Xiaohua didn't dare to hesitate. His consciousness entered the space and pulled out a few spirit-severing stage disciples. He instructed, "You all, help this old man find the wind underworld wheel in the maze." Although Xiaohua's appearance had changed, these disciples were extremely familiar with Xiaohua's orders. The only ones who could pull them here from the Xinhua continent were Xiaohua and a few other sect masters. Therefore, they didn't hesitate at all and bowed in agreement. "Yes, this disciple obeys." Xiaohua raised his hand and pointed. Several light spots fell between their eyebrows. Those people's bodies shook violently, and they hurriedly said, "This disciple thanks Old Master for the generous gift. Go quickly." Xiaohua passed down the information about the wind underworld wheel and the secret technique to reward these disciples to his disciples. After instructing them, he waved his hands again. A spatial crack appeared. Xiaohua flashed into it and hurriedly left. P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please go to Qidian to subscribe to support, vote for a monthly vote, vote for a recommendation vote, bookmark, gift, and thank all forms of support. Chapter 4974. The spirit-severing stage disciples lowered their heads and pondered for a moment. Then, they nodded at each other and went to different places. This was a place that seemed to have no heaven and earth. Within thousands of miles or even tens of thousands of miles, there were only hurricanes and space fragments. These hurricanes seemed to have gone crazy. They either crashed down from the 9th heaven, suddenly rushed up from the 9th hell, or rampaged in the vicinity. There was no pattern at all. What was even more strange was that these hurricanes were like a chaotic battle team. At first, they cooperated and swept across thousands of miles. However, in a blink of an eye, these hurricanes became enemies. They desperately collided with each other, and chaotic forces poured out in all directions. When the hurricanes swept across the space, they emitted an inexplicable light. The light was either a straight line or broken into pieces. Most of the time, it was broken into arcs. Within the arcs were the space fragments. At this moment, the space fragments were like ice cubes in the torrential turbulence in winter. They were either spinning or drifting, and they were colliding with each other in a disorderly manner. The collision of the space fragments was different from the hurricanes. The annihilation of space created a vast space force. This space force was more destructive than the hurricanes. Occasionally, it would tear everything within a few miles or dozens of miles apart. Occasionally, there would be explosive sounds. Waves and waves that could tear apart mountains and rivers rushed out of the space and fell into the distant sky. Then, an endless amount of hurricanes and spatial fragments were born in this wave of air. Is this the heavenly wind-forbidden land? At the edge of the space, a blast of air that could tear a mountain apart rushed past. Two human figures strangely appeared high up in the sky. Although the blast of air left behind a huge force, when this huge force swept past the two human figures, it was only able to twist and distort the human figures. A weak voice faintly came from the swaying figure. That's right. This is the Tianfeng Forbidden Area, one of the 6 forbidden areas of the Heavenly Alliance. Then, another slightly older voice sounded, I'm afraid you've heard of this place for a long time, but you've never been here, right? Senior, I grew up in the Dao Alliance. Even when I went out to train, I rarely came to the Heaven Alliance to avoid arousing suspicion. That's why, it's impossible for me to have been to the Heavenly Wind Forbidden Zone. The other voice was filled with respect and grew louder and louder. Gradually, the two swaying figures solidified, and a figure that was 1,000 feet tall was revealed. The source of the respectful voice was a young cultivator in black clothes. This cultivator's face was like the full moon, and his eyebrows were like distant mountains. A faint halo flashed in his slightly purple eyes. Next to the cultivator was an old man. This old man appeared to be even more muscular than the young man. The surface of his faint golden body was engraved with thousands of tiny runes. As the light flickered, the runes gave rise to strange phenomena. Faint projections of dragons, tigers, elephants, and WYRMS appeared. Even the imperceptible roars of beasts could be heard from these projections. The old man's eyebrows were as sharp as knives, and his eyes were as sharp as rocks. Wherever his gaze swept past, the winds would be pierced through. You've been to the 4 forbidden areas of the Dao Alliance, right? The old man's voice was indifferent, but in the young man's ears, it was like metal clashing with stone. Every single word was like the sound of a battle. The young man didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly bowed and replied, Yes, Senior. I've been to the 4 forbidden areas of the Dao Alliance, the Xiangong Forbidden Area, the Flood of Dao Forbidden Area, the Fulin Forbidden Area, and the Mo Qing Forbidden Area. I went to the Xiangong Forbidden Area when I broke through a bottleneck at the mid-body integration stage, the Flood of Dao Forbidden Area when I broke through to the Grand Ascension stage, and the Fulin Forbidden Area when I was stuck at a bottleneck at the mid-body integration stage. As for the Mo Qing Forbidden Area, the young man's voice was as gentle as water, and it was very pleasant to the ears. As the saying went, kindness is like water. His voice didn't dissipate in the winds, and it could still be heard clearly. However, before the young man could finish, the old man laughed and said, let me guess. You must have gone to the Mo Qing Forbidden Area to train because you wanted to break through to the late body integration stage, right? The young man smiled and nodded. Senior is right. I'm strong enough, but I can't see the door of heavenly Tao if I don't pass the tribulation. Therefore, Reverend Ji Yen suggested that I go to the Mo Qing Forbidden Area to train. He said that there are profound truths of heaven and earth there, and it's very useful for comprehending the door of heavenly Tao. Sigh. The old man sighed. Shiyu, what do you think you've gained from the Mo Qing Forbidden Area? The young man named Shiyu was naturally Reverend Shiyu, the defector disciple of the Chongxi sect. He was also one of Reverend Ji Yan's favorite disciples. No one would have thought that he would actually appear here. Needless to say, the old man beside Reverend Shiyu was definitely a famous figure in the Heaven Alliance. Reverend Shiyu's face was filled with shame. He said in a low voice, Junior's aptitude is limited. In the end, I didn't gain anything from the Mo Qing Forbidden Area. After I came out of the Mo Qing Forbidden Area, I received Senior's message. Reverend Ji Yen is considered one of the top figures in the Dao Alliance. How could he be so muddle-headed on this matter? The old man's face was filled with disdain. He curled his lips and said, "This old man hasn't been to the Dao Alliance's 4 great forbidden areas, but I've been to the Mo Qing Forbidden Area and the Flood Dao Forbidden Area. Although the topography and scenery of the two places are different, in reality, the laws of heaven and earth in the two places are very similar to the 6 great forbidden areas of our Heaven Alliance. If you go to one place, you don't have to go to the other. Moreover, the laws of heaven and earth in the 4 great forbidden areas are the condensation of the laws of heaven and earth in my Yilan continent. You're only at the late body integration stage, but you've gone to these forbidden areas to comprehend them one after another. The time interval is so short. Can you comprehend them? There's a saying in the secular world, you can't become fat if you eat in one go. Reverend Ji Yen really dotes on the disciples of the Chongshi sect. Such a fortuitous opportunity. Only he, as the Vice Alliance leader of the Dao Alliance, could give it to you. Even the sect master of the Chongshi sect wouldn't dare to be so generous. Yes, this junior understands. Reverend Shi replied respectfully, but his tone was somewhat gloomy. This is all Reverend Ji Yan's love. Although this junior understands clearly, I don't dare to disobey. Hee, do you still regret it now? The old man wasn't surprised. He looked at Reverend Shi Yu and asked. At this moment, the power of the realm of heaven and earth surged over like a tsunami. The space within 100 li around the old man and Reverend Shi Yu was annihilated by this frenzied tide. However, when this frenzied tide engulfed the old man's body shone with golden light. That golden light was like a tough pillar that propped up the space several hundred zhang around him. Moreover, within the golden light, the sound of dragons and elephants could be heard. Although the power of the realm of heaven was powerful, it actually couldn't tear apart the old man's protective golden light. Reverend Shiyu looked around in astonishment. While admiring the old man's shocking methods, he lowered his eyebrows and said, "Senior, please know that this junior said that he didn't regret it, but that was a lie. After all, this junior grew up in the Chongshi sect, and Reverend Ji Yen treated this junior like a nephew. If kinship is useful, what's the point of having a sect? If a sect is useful, what's the point of having the heavenly Tao?" The old man mercilessly interrupted Reverend Shi Yu and said, "The Tao Alliance, which cultivates nascent souls, has reached the end of their road. Due to the change in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, their nascent souls condensed from the spiritual qi of heaven and earth are the first victims. Although the cultivators of the Dao Alliance and the Heaven Alliance are troubled by the loss of their lifespans, it's obvious that the lifespans of all the cultivators of the Heaven Alliance are decreasing much more slowly than the cultivators of the Dao Alliance. You've only just reached the late stage of the Mahayana realm and haven't reached the tribulation stage yet. It's still not too late to withdraw from the Dao Alliance. If you wait until you peek into the door of the heavenly Tao and want to cultivate the 8-9 golden body, it'll be too late." Yes, this junior understands. Reverend Shiyu said with a smile, "The path to immortality has always been lonely. Cultivators never have companions. Since you want immortality, you must know how to give up." This is what Senior Mingguang told this junior when we first met, and this junior engraved it in my heart. That's right. Mingguang's cultivation isn't high, but he has contributed greatly to the Heaven Alliance. The old man nodded. It's a pity that the Dao Alliance discovered his flaw. In order to keep the seeds of the Heaven Alliance, he gave up his life and the chance to enter the cycle of reincarnation. While they were talking, a 5-colored brilliance appeared high up in the sky. It was like a star in the dark night. As soon as this star appeared, it immediately turned into a stream of light and flew through the hurricane and spatial fragments. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, a 5-colored light that was several hundred feet in size landed in a corner of the space. This 5-colored light was like a stream of light, and an old man with an ancient appearance appeared. This old man was wearing a 5-colored robe. His eye sockets were deep, and his eyes were withered. The old man's gaze passed through the shattered laws and landed on the young man and the purple-eyed old man. He said, Xianxia, is this the disciple that you, Mei Xianling, led into the Chongxi sect? That's right. The purple-eyed old man named Xianxia nodded and said to Reverend Shiyu, this is the Peacock Manor's old man Peacock, Kong Chang. I'm sure you know Senior Kong Chang. Junior Shiyu greets Senior Kong. Reverend Shiyu hurriedly bowed and said, although Junior has always been in the Dao Alliance, Senior's name is really like thunder. No matter where you are in the Yi-Lin continent, your name is like thunder. It's just that Junior has long heard of Senior's name, but has never seen Senior in person. Today, Junior's wish has finally been fulfilled. Vote for it, vote for it, vote for it, donate it, and thank you for all forms of support. A word for nameless fellow Daoist, in your own life, others only have suggestions. The decision is in your hands. Illness is not scary, what is scary is the state of mind. There is only so much happiness in the world. For yourself, for the people who care about you, you have to enjoy more happiness. Only when you are happy, will they be happy. You have to believe that tomorrow is always beautiful. Chapter 4975. Forget it. Kong Chang sneered. I'm not as famous as Xianxia in the Heavenly Alliance. You're so used to being in the Taoist Alliance that you've even learned Ji Yan's hypocrisy. Daoist Master Shiyu was embarrassed and did not know how to respond. Xianxia laughed. Shiyu, don't listen to this old peacock's nonsense. He's jealous of me. Most of the disciples sent by the Peacock Mountain Manor to the Taoist Alliance have been discovered. Now, all of his previous plans have failed. He's the one who got nothing. Oh, not to mention that you've emptied the Chongxi sect. All the secret techniques and cultivation methods will belong to me. TSK. Daoist Master Shiyu snorted and said disdainfully, if it was before, I might have been jealous. But now that Zhang Xiaohua's immortal cultivation method has been announced, do you think I'll still care about the trashy cultivation method of the Chongxi sect? Kong Chang. Xianxia seemed to be a little angry and growled. Isn't it just Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation method? It was created by Zhang Xiaohua. What does it have to do with you? Didn't Zhang Xiaohua use the Peacock Mountain Manor to give the cultivation method to the Heavenly Alliance? Also, don't forget that other than the Peacock Mountain Manor, the Guangqing Immortal Alliance's Shenming sect also gave a cultivation method jade slip. Well, if you're so capable, why don't you fix the last 3 realms of the primordial spirit cultivation method? What's wrong? Daoist Master Shiyu laughed when he saw Xianxia angry. Xianxia, are you angry? Oh, that's not right. You're not angry, you're jealous. I've gotten the primordial spirit cultivation method modified by Zhang Xiaohua. It's like adding wings to a tiger. But what about Xianxia? I've never heard of Zhang Xiaohua modifying the cultivation method of the 9 transformation golden pill, let alone the 8-9 arcane art. Roar. Just as Daoist Master Shiyu was awkwardly listening to the 2 seniors bicker and Xianxia was about to retort, a dragon's roar resounded from the edge of space in the distance. Soon after, a model dragon that was thousands of feet long broke through the air. Its vast aura and unparalleled magic power tore apart the shattered space. Whether it was Daoist Master Shiyu, Xianxia, or Kong Chang, seeing Minister Long's boldness, they didn't dare to slight him. They hurriedly stopped smiling and bowed, greetings, Lord Alliance Master. The dragon image was originally very far away, but when the 3 cultivators bowed, the dragon image had already crossed the void and landed on the side of the space. When the light and shadow solidified, the dragon image shrank, and a burly middle-aged man stood proudly in the hurricane. The middle-aged man's appearance was a little blurry, and the light and shadow couldn't be seen clearly. However, the 2 9-colored dragon horns on the middle-aged man's forehead could be seen clearly. Everyone, you are too courteous. The middle-aged man raised his hand, and a light that looked like a dragon's claw rushed out. Unfortunately, it was already torn apart in midair by the laws of heaven and earth. The middle-aged man helplessly said, "Please rise." When Xianxia and Kong Chang stood up, the middle-aged man smiled and said to Daoist Master Shiyu, you must be Daoist Master Shiyu of the Chongxi sect, right? This junior is indeed Shiyu. Daoist Master Shiyu bowed again and said, "Greetings, Lord Dragon God. You all didn't forget your original intentions and returned to the Heaven Alliance. I am relieved." Dragon God smiled and said, "With you as an example, there will definitely be more seeds of the Heaven Alliance returning from the Dao Alliance. Your contribution is not small. I don't dare. This is what this junior should do." Although Daoist Master Shiyu was a famous late-stage Mahayana cultivator of the Dao Alliance, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of these supreme cultivators of the Heaven Alliance. It wasn't that he hadn't seen any supreme cultivators before. Wasn't Daoist Master Ji Yen one of them? However, the pressure that Dragon God gave off was too strong. Although they were in the heavenly wind forbidden zone, the surging power of heaven and earth couldn't stop this pressure. It's good that you know how to restrain yourself." Dragon God smiled and said, "Although Daoist Master Ji Yan's strength is ordinary, he is really good at teaching disciples." After saying that, Dragon God looked at Elder Peacock and said, "Kong Chang, how's the modification of the last 3 realms of the primordial spirit cultivation method?" Kong Chang was arrogant when he was fighting with Xianxia just now. Now that he heard Dragon God's question, he was like a defeated rooster. He lowered his head and said, "Lord Alliance Leader, as you know, this old man tried to modify it a little. However, when I asked my disciples to try it, they found that it was very different from what Daoist Zhang had modified previously. Sigh, this Daoist Zhang is really amazing." Dragon God sighed and said, "After he appeared in Tong Lake City, there was no news about him. Even if my disciples of the Heaven Alliance searched 100,000 miles, they couldn't find him." Yang Xia smiled and said, "Daoist Zhang is an expert. If he doesn't want others to know, how can ordinary disciples find him? Where's the Holy Mother of Earth Spirit?" Dragon God seemed to have thought of something when he heard that. He looked around and asked, "Why isn't she here yet?" When she took away the primordial spirit cultivation method that day, she promised me that she would be able to find Daoist Zhang Xiaohua's trace. Kong Chang curled his lips and said, With her psychic technique, she might be able to find some combination stage or void refinement stage cultivators, but I'm afraid she won't be able to find Daoist Zhang. She's probably too ashamed to come." As soon as Kong Chang finished speaking, a strange wind blew from the bottom of the space. Strings of spiritual light gushed out like bubbles. These spiritual light wavered under the force of the hurricane and the wind. However, all the spiritual light looked like an ethereal human figure from afar. When the spiritual light in the center of the human figure shone brightly like stars, all the spiritual light instantly condensed into an ethereal female figure. A voice that sounded like the sound of nature rang out, "Who's talking bad about others behind their backs?" Sweat. Kong Chang's lips curled into a smile, "Who's talking about you today? I was just talking about the beauty of the Holy Mother of Earth Spirit, and you're here. You're too easy to talk about." The Holy Mother of Earth Spirit's body was surrounded by spiritual light, and her appearance was also covered by spiritual light. However, her spiritual body was thousands of feet tall, and anyone could tell that she was a peerless beauty. When the Holy Mother of Earth Spirit heard Kong Chang's flattery, she coldly snorted and said, "Since you've admitted defeat, I won't lower myself to your level. Be careful today, you might have a bloody disaster." "No way." Kong Chang was shocked and shouted, "We came together. Why would I have a bloody disaster, but you don't?" "Because you're talking bad about others behind their backs." The Holy Mother of Earth Spirit pursed her lips and smiled, then bowed to Dragon God and said, "Greetings, Alliance Leader. You're too courteous. Holy Mother of Earth Spirit, I wonder how your spirit communication technique reacted?" Dragon God was still more concerned about Xiaohua's whereabouts, and hurriedly asked. The Holy Mother of Earth Spirit shook her head and said, "Fellow Zhang has the ability of a celestial being. Everything about him has been reversed, and I can't find out." What a pity." Dragon God was a little disappointed, and sighed. However, the Holy Mother of Earth Spirit changed the topic. "I managed to get a verse." "Hurry up and say it." Not to mention Long Shensi, even the rest of the people became spirited and urged. The Holy Mother of Earth Spirit's bright eyes turned, and said with a smile, I've searched for him thousands of times, but when I look back, that person is in the waning light. Oh. What do you mean? Xianxia was a little confused. Could it be that we don't have to search anymore? He will naturally appear? That's called wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. The Holy Mother of Earth Spirit rebuked, it's scary to be uneducated. Huh, you've been scolded by the Holy Mother, right? Kong Chang laughed and said, in the future, before we meet the Holy Mother, we have to read some books first. Huh, you're right, you're right. Everyone laughed, as if the heavenly wind forbidden land, which was regarded as a place of death by ordinary cultivators, was a place where they could chat, laugh, and drink. We still have to search. The Holy Mother of Earth Spirit explained, from the verse, fellow Zhang should be in the Heaven Alliance. However, his transformation technique is so powerful that we can't recognize him. Even his previous appearance and title weren't real. Perhaps he will only appear if he is touched by our actions? It's fine as long as he's in the Heaven Alliance. Dragon God nodded, I've already ordered the Heaven Alliance disciples to guard the Heaven Sacrificial Abyss. Previously, fellow Zhang gave the Dao Alliance the method of selecting spiritual roots and cultivating spiritual roots, so the Dao Alliance sealed the abyss to prevent these cultivation methods and secret techniques from spreading to the Heaven Alliance. Now that the Heaven Alliance has the complete nascent soul cultivation method, we can't let the Dao Alliance benefit from it. Ahem. Kong Chang coughed and said, Alliance Master, fellow Zhang said that he wants us to give the nascent soul cultivation method to the Dao Alliance. What are you doing? You've clearly disobeyed fellow Zhang's orders, so how can you move him? Actually, Xianxia said, that day in Tong Lake City, there were many spies of the Dao Alliance. They have already obtained the complete cultivation method, but they haven't found a suitable way to send it to the Dao Alliance yet. The Heaven Sacrificial Abyss can block Mahayana cultivators, but what about Tribulation Transcendence cultivators? If Ji Yen Jinren and Old Man Gu Qiong force their way in, our arrangements will be in vain. Well, when this matter is settled, I'll ask the Heaven Alliance disciples to lower their guard. Dragon God thought for a moment and said, I hate Ji Yen Jinren's stinginess. He treated the Heaven Alliance that way, so I gave them a small warning. Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all things as straw dogs. Mother Earth Spirit sighed and said, since we're all straw dogs, it's better for us to tolerate each other. At this point, Mother Earth Spirit looked around and said curiously, that's not right. Why, am I not the last one to arrive today? Where's Golden Saint's spiritual master? He's the most important person in this trip. Why isn't he here yet? What? Golden Saint's spiritual master? Xianxia was stunned and said curiously, didn't you say that there will only be 4 of us? Why did you drag Jin Xing into this? P.S. Fellow Daoists who like this book, please subscribe to it at Qidian, vote for it, give it a recommendation vote, collect it, or give it as a reward.